and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm starting the live stream a little bit earlier, and welcome to HAFEZ Reflects. I'm your host HAFEZ, and welcome to the HAFEZ Reflects channel live from Parliament Square. We are here for the Tommy Robinson and Patriots protest march. They are now currently marching from Victoria, which is over there, and we're just waiting for them to arrive. I decided to stay at the stage so that I can get a better spot at the front of the stage. We already have some media. As you can see behind me, that's Parliament. I'm going to flip over. And you can see I am right up against the stage here. So hopefully we can get the best view. I'm sorry about the music. They're doing some sound tests, so they're playing some probably copyrighted music, so that's not going to be great. My channel, this video is immediately demonetized and copyright claimed, but it's okay because all I have to do is just be recorded. So yeah, we're just waiting now for, okay, I'm live. Bass! We got Bass Wolfsman in the house. We got Trigger. Hello, Trigger. In fact, that is the most popular thing on this channel now. So yeah, we're just waiting. It looks like they're coming. Like I saw them on another channel. They were walking down. So yeah, they're coming, guys. They should be here any minute. Okay, I hope you can still hear me with the funky mic right here. I am geared up with all sorts of cameras just in case things, doesn't record on one camera or the footage is wrong. But thank you for joining me. I hope you can actually hear me. Let me see how the sound is.
Parliament, I think that's out of all of these things.
I'm looking for earpiece.
Secularism, we can have political neutrality.
We're doing some sound checks.
But that is a lie. We knew that to be a lie. When we take something else has to go into fill its place. Nature abhors a vacuum. And what we've seen filled up with is Mohammedanism. Mohammedanism, despite what the liberals tell you, is counter to our way of life. It's contradictory to British values, to Christian values. Where Islam tells you to kill your enemy, Christianity tells you to die of yourself. It's a very, very different concept. The Christian faith is about love, faith, hope and love. The Islamic cult is a death cult, founded by a warmongering paedophile. Let's be honest. I'm not saying this to be offensive or to trigger. This is the truth. And we've skirted around this for so long out of fear of causing offence. We have to stop being afraid of causing offence because our country is being torn apart as a result. The truth is, there are many, many people in this country that want to turn it into an Islamic caliphate. And I don't want Britain to become an Islamic caliphate. I don't want England to become an Islamic caliphate. I look at countries that are predominantly Mohammedan, and I see that people are thrown off roofs for having the wrong sort of lifestyle. Women are not allowed to drive or learn, and have to cover their faces with all but the letterbox of the new car. It's wrong. It's inappropriate. It's wrong, and it's not in our way of life. The English way has always been freedom of religion.
Woo. Alright.
They want to hear the truth, do they?
Yeah, they were actually, the police were very worried about this.
I saw the My husband told me, actually, I didn't actually see it, what the Met had put out.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
yeah, I know. You know, they've locked that entire bridge. I had to walk all the way across the next bridge to come across and then to come back down. So if anyone who wants to come and join this right now and wants to get across like Westminster, they can't. They didn't. They locked. I've never seen this for any other protest. They've never done it like this. But it is what it is, man. What can we do? But yeah,
We can do it.
we can keep. Yeah, we just have to keep coming up. Exactly.
I thought I was a liberal.
Actually, most people actually are. They're just normal. They're just sane. Being normal is not being liberal anymore. Apparently, being normal is conservative.
If you're wearing a fucking dress, you ain't no woman.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I know brainwashing them out.
You're gonna be what?
Scary. I've got a 11 years old.
God knows what they're getting poisoned.
Yes.
I tell them in my junior.
And I don't get that. I don't get that the pro-Palestinian people are in bed with the same people.
I know because they get
I know, it's insane. I love the movement Queers for Palestine. I'm all for Queers for Palestine.
I think we need to have a whip round today as a charity to send all these. They keep asking send them all there. Send them there.
Yeah.
Send them there. And I bet if you did, just put.
Apparently, there's several high-rise hotels that are inviting Queers for Palestine to go to Palestine because they're going to take them all to the roof. They're going to show them the scenic route, the scenic area of Palestine, of Gaza. The only thing is the IDF have flattened most of the high-rise buildings, so there isn't really enough of a leap for them. Yeah.
Have you know where the march is going? Did you know where the march is going?
Yeah, the marchers will be the first to line up and shoot.
Has the march started?
Oh, the march! Yes, they're coming. They're coming. I've seen it on other guys' live streams. They're on their way.
Going well, the police behaving themselves.
The who?
The police behaving themselves. They got worried,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You just never know.
Yeah.
You're a YouTuber.
I'm just my own. It's called HAFEZ Reflects.
What is it?
But yeah, HAFEZ is it's like he's a Persian poet. He's a famous poet, and I just use it as a philosophical sort of thing.
Nice to see people.
It's very philosophical. Oh my God, we have Sargon.
On their website for my husband read me.
Yeah.
If anything said offensively that offends another lot of people, that Christian guy that was doing that,
Oh yeah.
that might have offended somebody.
Well, what were they saying? Like, be careful, or were they just warning the public?
Basically, Christianity's fucking medieval.
Yeah. That's what they would say. Yeah, I mean that's what they mostly would say. But the thing is, anything anyone says can be offensive to anyone. I'll be honest, every Saturday when I come here and I see all these Hamas supporters, I am highly offended. But what happens? Nothing. Nobody does anything about it. Every time I see these...
I said Muhammad was a cunt. I think he was.
I say that a lot, but yeah, unfortunately, that is kind of offensive, though.
Kind of true. Or he was a pedo, whatever.
Well, definitely that.
Or Islamist bollocks, whatever. Sorry if you're Muslim.
No, I I'm a staunch atheist. No, I am. Should I say I'm an atheist with an eye to Christianity?
Me too.
Because I believe Christianity has very pragmatic uses, and this country needs to gain its.
Do you know what? I'm half Jewish, half Christian. I was
Oh.
Christian school. I'm a Londoner. I used to think I was liberal before October.
I know.
Right?
A lot of people did.
I've had mixed relationships. I'm just an ordinary Londoner. I don't need anyone to give me DEI.
Yes, exactly. Yes, die. Die has to die.
Yeah, the guy has to die.
But yeah, I totally understand what you mean. Most people.
Stalinism.
Yeah.
Stalinism.
I mean, it's good that October. I mean, it's not good that October 8th, 7th happened, but it's good that a lot of people woke up after that. But it's a shame that it took that event for people to wake up. A lot of people, it's taken like an event.
It didn't just take that to wake up. I always know there's anti-Semitism, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm blue-eyed, blonde-haired. Right, my mum was very English, very Scandinavian, very aristocratic. I had a great uncle who was a stellar Tory MP. He was a naval captain.
Oh, I see.
Okay, on my mother's side. So I come from a naval military family.
Background, yeah.
And my dad was a Holocaust survivor.
Oh wow.
I've got very
You got
mixed
both,
heritage.
yeah.
And I get on with everybody. But I'm an
Which is what most British people do. Most people, they get on with everyone. They pretty much let them
This
live.
migration, you're told you're a fascist if you don't like it.
Yeah.
We need a referendum on that, and we need to demand a referendum. We need to enforce.
There's a whole host of people who say we were never asked, we were never
We need
consulted.
a referendum.
You would think in a democracy you would be consulted, but yeah, no, I 100% agree. I want the 90s back, to be honest. I was kind of okay with the 90s. Maybe the 80s. I was chilled. But this is Indiana Jones. I think they'd be using it as a sound test music because they're testing all the gear.
The DJ's good.
It is. It's pretty good.
Now you thought
My own channel, HAFEZ Reflects, actually. That reminds me. HAFEZ Reflects. HAFEZ is an old Persian poet and a philosopher. So I kind of use it as like as a thing for the theme for my channel. It's supposed to be like a philosophical thing. At the moment, no one's there yet because I'm waiting for the.
you're Iranian.
Originally Persian, yeah, Iranian, yeah. But I was raised here, so yeah. I'm one of those pro-Shah Iranian type of guys. The Persian.
You know Maya Tusi?
Yeah. He's great. He is. He's going to be here soon. I'm waiting for him to arrive as well. Yeah.
Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. I'm a Maya Tusi Persian, that kind of guy.
My best man at my wedding was a Persian Jew.
Oh yeah. Iranians. I mean, the thing is, Jewish communities have been in Iran since the time of Cyrus. I think it was Cyrus or Darius that gave them amnesty.
My father came from Rome, but his parents are from Egypt.
There you go. That's what I mean. So the Jews have been like Middle Eastern Jews for a long time, like thousands of years, and this is what
They kicked them all out.
Yeah. Well, they did from the Arab countries. They're still in Iran, but even in Iran, they're like obviously persecuted because all the minority religions are persecuted. The Baha'is, the Jews, the Christians. That's why and that's why we all want to change the country because we're not like Iranians are not like that. We don't like dislike Christians and Jews. We've lived with them.
They're not Arabs.
But that's the thing, and also we've lived with Jews and
invaded everywhere.
Yes.
Let's talk about occupation.
and this is the thing, we are Zoroastrian in our core, so that's why we don't. I mean, I admittedly it's anecdotal, but nearly every Iranian that I know hates the way Iran is right now, because we've never been in our history this sort of way, this Islamic. We've always been liberal. Go back to the 70s Iran. Women were wearing like normal dresses. It looked like this.
They were in Afghanistan.
Exactly. So it's not really our history. It's not really our people. It's the Arabs, and that's why we hate. I mean, I'll be honest. Iranians hate Arabs a lot.
I was walking around Hyde Park. We live near that Hyde Park. Walking around Hyde Park. They were there on the canal.
Oh, nice.
And the corner of Hyde Park. This is one of the pro-party days.
Oh yeah.
At the corner of Hyde Park and Park Lane, there was like about 10 stalls selling merchandise. All pro-Palestinian thing with the map of Israel, T-shirts with the map of Israel in the map of Palestine.
Yeah.
Why are they allowed to sell? Why are they allowed to get a license to sell? And I went over there and said something, and then this guy comes, I think he was Afghani, and just spits on the floor by my feet.
Yeah. The thing is, they feel so emboldened because the police have allowed them to be emboldened. They don't fear. Like, I mean, they're essentially when they're. No, I think they are. They're gonna be coming. I'm sure they're gonna start.
Or are they gonna have to go all the way around the houses?
No, because that's Victoria. If you walk straight down there, you go towards Victoria. No,
My husband was there. He said they're going to come.
Oh,
that way.
sorry.
They're
No,
come
that's
from the
not.
back of
That
Plymouth.
doesn't seem right though, because I thought they'd be. Yeah, maybe they're coming from over there. I mean, they're coming from Victoria, so I thought that's Victoria.
That's Victoria, but you can also get to the back there and come back round.
Maybe they're regional.
There's football happening.
Yeah.
So it's HAFEZ Reflects.
Yeah. This is at the moment there's like 6 people, so I'm a small channel. I'm growing.
Maya probably started off. He's got over 500,000.
I know. But yeah, everybody starts small, obviously. It takes a while. For people to recognize.
Check. Test. 1, 1, 2, 2. Check. Test 1, 2, 2. 2, 2. Check.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sound check stage at the moment.
2, 2. Check.
2, 2. Yeah.
Okay, we have Carl Benjamin.
Where are you going? Oh, lovely! I'm at a rally. I'm in Parliament Square. British people have had enough of everything. Have had enough of pro-Palestinians. Parliament Square.
Okay, we have Carl Benjamin talking to the founder of Hearts of Oak, doing his thing. And bass. Alright guys.
So, it's a little interview. How are you feeling tonight? Good to
We're waiting for the events to begin, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for things to start. At the moment, it's a very
sort of, if you like, tranquil environment. Nothing much is happening. Obviously, there's the march. They're marching down, but I decided to just take up a spot because if I went to the march and then came, I'd probably be somewhere in the back. So I'd rather hang around here. I thought I'd started a little bit later, but it looks like I've started a little bit early. Sorry. It's still good to go though. Still good to go. So we're still going for it. I'm not sure if you can hear me. It's really, really loud around here. But I'm trying to, there's a, thanks Vic and Mix. I know, I've seen it on another Alternatives channel, Louis' channel, he's following them down. So yeah, things should be interesting when he gets here. As you guys can see, there's a big crowd coming. Louis is following them. Oh, this one is from Resistance GB. Where is Louis? Maya Tusi is also coming down. Christ, Maya's got 21,000 people watching him. I have 4. This is a shot from Maya Tusi's footage. Okay guys, they're almost here. They're almost here, people. Exciting. Yeah, finally I have a good solid spot. Look at this. I'm in a pretty decent spot. Hopefully not too many people get in front of me, but there might be a lot that might get in front of me. I might actually move forward a bit more. Hold on. Let me move here. Okay, I've moved in a bit closer, so I don't get too many people in front of me. We'll see how it goes. Oh man.
I'm not all that I need to be. Check it out. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song. Listen up to your local DJ. You better hear what's got to say.
Guys, I know this music's gonna kick my ass. Will the music get used? I don't know. I mean, it's gonna get acclaim, but I'm just hoping that I can then later on afterwards download the video and then we'll do something about it. I don't know, but either way, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We're live for now. I'm just trying to talk over it as much as I can. Rambling away. I'm probably way too close to this mic. The buskers here. It looks like these guys are coming up now. How's it going, big man? How's it going, dude? You good? I decided to just camp here and just get a better spot rather than... Yeah, it was just, I thought hiking all the way to Victoria, hiking back, it's not for me. Alright guys, it looks like they're all arriving. Okay everyone, it looks like they're arriving. It's filling up now. Things are getting exciting. I'm a little bit too close to the camera. Yeah, they're coming. They are coming, people. Let me flip it. It looks like they're coming from over there. It looks like they're coming from over this direction. Filling up real quick. There's Maya Tusi. There's Maya. He's gone straight over to Sargon. It's getting busy, people. All right.
Sorry, just want to get this.
There's a percentage of people that you're injecting that you could actually be causing serious harm to? Does that not process in your mind?
I have eyewitnesses who saw you taking envelopes of money off of Pakistani gangsters.
For
deliberate attempt to cover up these crimes against little girls for fear of being called racist. There are 5 dead females at the hands of these gangs in Telford. They've had nominal processing, then they're shipped to hotels up and down this country. Living in 5-star hotels, some of them are living in bed and breakfast. Simple question.
You have lied, you have played your part, and all of you who call yourself journalists, we all knew what was happening to those girls in all of those target cities, and we said nothing, you said nothing.
What are you doing hanging out with 13-year-old school children? As you can see, these people here are trying to do all they can to stop the British people to see what's going on behind these doors. The threat to national security does not come from citizen journalists reporting on this stuff. The threat to national security comes very, very simply from the people in government and the people that are making massive amount of money, bringing illegal migrants into this country and processing them.
They are punishing the people who speak out in defence of the children of the poor.
The only thing that compares to rape is torture.
You're not going to have the BBC News doing this, you're not going to have ITV, TV, anyone. This is real citizen journalism.
We have no book funds. If you can support our work, please sign up and help us.
www.battenscoop.news/support us. Thank you.
Hello. Wow! Look at that! This is what London should look like! Look at those optics! There's a saying, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win! Looking at the crowd today, I certainly feel like I'm winning, people, okay? I want to say a personal thank you to every single one of you who've sacrificed your time, given your day, and made your way here today to tell them people in that building there that you love your country. And we're not going to stand by and be silent any longer. So let me ask a question. Who come here on their own? Right? This is your brothers, this is your sisters, you need to get to know each other. We are the people who will stand together. We're going to build a community across this country of patriots ready. This one I'm going to breathe, okay? What are they? Yes, I've seen plenty of Welsh people here. Let's give them a round of applause. Plenty of Scottish guards and Scottish people. Northern Ireland and England. We are stronger together. Okay? Stronger together. That's the slogan of the football lads as well. I thank you all for coming. We've got a long day today. There's lots of videos, there's lots of speeches. We're going to play you a film that the Metropolitan Police Force have not seen yet. And throughout the entirety of this event, we plead with you, no matter how angry you are about what's gone on, remain calm, remain dignified, be English gentlemen, do not give them what they want, okay? The first person to speak today is going to be Lawrence Fox. Lawrence, thank you, brother. Hello, London! Today marks the first showing of Tommy's documentary, Lawfare, which we will all get a chance to see for the first time, including the police. Sorry chaps, maybe I can get my kids' iPads and phones back when you got a minute. Anyway, today also marks the beginning of Pride Month. Now, no doubt, the corrupt mayor of this city will have spent the midnight hours covering the streets in the rainbow flag of the revolution. Because Pride Month is not about human rights. Pride Month is not about sexual equality. Pride has become a celebration and a hatred of the nation and humanity itself. They take pride in telling gay men and women that they aren't gay, they're just born in the wrong body. They brainwash vulnerable children, telling them that they're in the wrong body. Some of them go on to irreversibly mutilate their bodies, and they're proud of this. Are we proud of this homophobic child mutilation cult? I'm not. Are we proud of it? No! I am proud to be British. I am proud of Britain and the sacrifices made in her name by much braver men than me. And I love freedom, hard fought for freedom. Not a freedom we should be proud of, a freedom we should be grateful for. The most important freedom of all, our freedom to speak our minds, and the grace to listen in return. Without that, there is no democracy, there is only tyranny. And we must protect our right to speak above all other rights. And when I was a kid in history class at school, and I was learning about times in the past when devastating changes were taking place all across the world, the first thing I thought was, I was grateful, but I was never going to witness it myself. And the second thing I thought was, what must it have felt like to have the floor just removed from underneath you, and what one day was safe and calm, the next day was mayhem and chaos. I never once thought I would live through those times, but in those times we are now living. In just a few years, we have seen an attack on the people, the likes which it is still hard to fathom. We have witnessed just how fragile this freedom that we love can be taken away, and how it can be lost. Freedom does not belong to us. It is not ours. We are here to protect it for others, especially those we disagree with, like it or not. That's what freedom of speech is. So let today be a celebration of your God-given right to speak your mind, to be heard, to listen and to disagree. We have been locked in our homes. Our children have been denied an education. Our loved ones left to die alone in hospitals, all ordered, sanctioned, supported and demanded by the occupants of that house over there. Anyone who spoke out against the tyranny attempted upon us was demonised. Our speech, our free speech, our right to object was removed. We were censored and mocked by politicians who partied and drank whilst people watched powerless as their businesses were destroyed and doctors were paid by drug companies to lie to us on the television. And in just over 1 month, we're going to be asked to vote again for these people, these politicians who leave our borders wide open, who try to cripple our economy in worship of the climate, who want to give away our houses, our health service, our hotels and anything to anyone as long as they are British. And I'm sick of it. We are not second-class citizens in our own country. And there isn't a single political party which cares about this attack on our culture. Our streets ring out with calls for murder every weekend, with people waving foreign flags. But if you carry your flag, whether you're big or small, black or white, gay or straight, you'll be intimidated, beaten, maced and arrested by our corrupt, two-tiered police force. So make sure today that you show them the grace that they don't show you in return. Make sure you don't give them the opportunity they're so desperate for to paint us as the very thing we're not. Do not allow them the excuse. There are good men and women within the police force, even though they're the crooks who give them the orders. And as for the politicians, all they care about is power. They want to give them more, they want us to give them more and more power. These people who are meant to serve us, treat us like they're slaves. And I'm sick of it. So it will, in the end, be left to you lot, to all of us, to come here every month to tell them that our lives matter too, that British lives and British values matter too, and that we will not be bullied by an intolerant mob who forced a teacher and his family into hiding for his life in Batten. Well, his own MP remains silent to this day. Yes, you can know better. There are no blasphemy laws in this United Kingdom, and we will not be bullied into accepting them, ever. So I'm here to tell you, finally, that this is our home. We have nowhere else to go. And if you want to put the great back in Great Britain, it won't be the politicians who are going to save us. It's going to be down to you and me and everybody else. This is our country, and we want it back. Thank you. We want our country back. 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 Right. Who watched Panodrama? John Sweeney. Hello. Kelly, we have a guest here who's flown here from Canada. We've got some important songs today. They all hold different meanings. Kelly, thank you, darling, for coming over. The first song we're going to listen to, it's about the importance, if you listen to the lyrics, the importance of speaking out. They've scared everyone into silence. No one gives their opinion anymore. If we all just spoke our opinion, we are the majority. Do not be scared into silence anymore. Kelly, I'll hand over to you, darling.
Hello, England! So good to be here. I am honored to be here again. I was here in 2019 in Manchester at Panorama, and I am back happily. So thank you for having me. All right. Canada's got its own problems, but we won't get into that right now. Cough, cough, Justin Trudeau.
But you're biting your tongue. You spend a lifetime stuck in silence, afraid you'll say something wrong. If no one ever hears it, how you gonna learn your song? So come on, come on, come on, come on. You've got a heart as loud as lions, so why let your voice be tamed? Maybe we're a little different. There's no need to be ashamed. You got the light to fight the shadows, so stop hiding away. Come on, come on. I wanna sing, I wanna shout, sing along. I wanna scream till the words cry out. So put it in all of the papers. I'm not afraid. They can read all about it. Read all about it. Oh, 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 oh. At night we're waking up the neighbors while we sing away the blues, making sure that we remember, yeah, 'cause we all matter too. And if the truth has been forbidden, then we're breaking all the rules. So come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's get the TV and the radio to play our tune again. It's about time we get some sing with you, my friend. Come on, come on. I wanna sing, I wanna shout, I wanna scream till the words dry out. So put it in all of the papers. I'm not afraid. They can read all about it. Read all about it. Oh, 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 yeah, we're all wonderful, wonderful people. So when did we all get so fearful? And now we're finally finding our voices. So we take a chance, help me sing this. We're wonderful, wonderful people. So when did we all get so fearful? And now we're finally finding our voices. So take a chance, help me sing this. Sing along. I wanna sing, I wanna shout, I wanna scream till the words dry out. So put it in all of the papers. I'm not afraid. They can read all about it. Read all about it. Oh, 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 I wanna sing, I wanna shout, I wanna scream till the words dry out. So put it in all of the papers. I'm not afraid. They can read all about it. Read all about it. Oh.
The lyrics in that song were, "We're not afraid," okay? We're no longer afraid. We're going to play you a video now and a song that has been made specifically to tell the story of what they've done to our country. Have a watch. And thank you to the men that wrote this song.
In the heart of our nation, under teary eyes, we've watched our leaders falter, heard 1,000 cries. In our towns and our cities, the unrest grow, voices are forgotten. Country back, a culture we must save, where harmony once stood before the tidal wave. Let us rise from the ashes, reclaim what we've lost, in the name of our fathers, no matter what the cost. In the whispers of night, through the cries of despair, our culture is dying, gasping for air. Politician of old, we chose to ignore. Now fear is is our shadow, chaos banging at our door. We build homes for the strangers, offer them our bread, while our heroes sleep cold, no roof over their head. Why must some people suffer, lived out in the rain, while strangers we owe nothing, lay claim to our domain? Yeah, I want my country back, our culture we must save, where harmony once stood before the migrant wave. As strangers flood our shores, our ways they try to bend, forsake our children, we'll defend them till the end. No fear of the shadows, no need to be worried. Let children safely play under the sun's watchful light, in streets that are safe, where no dangers lie. Listen to the voices in the streets, in the halls. These are the people, their screams and their calls. Leaders, take heed, for this truth we impart. True leaders listen with an open heart. They stand with us, not above, not apart.
What a song, eh? Right, the next gentleman to speak today is a man that I respect, a man that's been slandered, he's faced attacks, and every time, certainly in my defence, he's defended my name when it would have been easier to take the other route. So, Carl Benjamin. And
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carl Benjamin. You've probably seen me in the media this week being monstered by a politician, given no right of reply, obviously. If I was just a common citizen, then this would be a major problem. Thankfully, I have a media organisation, loadseats.com, and we are guilty of interviewing a former Prime Minister. That was my crime, and that's why I'm in trouble. But I stand today as just a husband, a father, an Englishman. And I can see that we're still alive. Because by God, you wouldn't know it if you were looking at the TV, would you? Where is your representation? Where are your concerns being made present? And I'll tell you, man, this country has real problems. Like, I just want to tell you something about me. So, my father joined the RAF at 16 to get out of poverty. Became a sergeant and spent his life just doing desk work, really. It wasn't anything glorious, but it was good, respectable and necessary. And so that meant for my formative years as a teenager, I grew up in Germany, RAF Germany, JHQ. And so I actually know what it's like to live on a colony. A colony has characteristics. It has a certain kind of people who reproduce their own culture, with their own laws, in their own language. It matters that they are different to the other populations around which they live. Now, when we were on the British colony in Germany, it was very obviously a transplant of England to be placed in Germany. When you went from England into Germany, it became very obvious. None of the street signs were in German on the colony. No one spoke. I don't speak a word of German. I lived out there for 8 years because I didn't have to. I was surrounded by England in Germany because they lost a war. Now that colony's gone. It's all been disappeared. But the point being that we are seeing the colonization of England now. And I say this from direct experience. We see courts that are not English courts. We see language on the signage that is not English. We see Labour MPs such as Naz Shah campaigning in Urdu for her constituents. This is the sign of colonization. And I say this because this is my experience. I know this firsthand. Nowhere, absolutely nowhere, is an Englishman's concern represented in our own parliament. And yet you have to pay for it. You are paying unbelievable amounts of money to people who are born overseas so they can live in this country. Half of the social housing in London is occupied by people born overseas. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is what is happening to us every day by these people. Because you can't really blame the strangers that they allow to come live among us. Well, they're just responding to incentives. They're just going to come because we're offering them money. We're offering them a place to live. We're offering these things, well, why wouldn't they? This should never have been allowed. This is why the country is creaking under the weight of immigration. Everything costs an unbelievable amount. The NHS is failing. Your children will not be able to buy houses. It used to be, when I was a teenager, the average house price was 4 times the national average wage. Now it's 12 times. Demand matters. Demand on the NHS matters. About 10%, 11% of this crowd is probably on an NHS waiting list. But it's unbelievable what they're doing to us. And they're doing it because of a fiction. They think this will grow the economy. Well, okay, where is it? Where is it? Everything is falling apart. I live in Swindon, and 5 years ago it was quite nice, actually. I know everyone talks Swindon down, but I'm a man of Wessex, and I'm going to defend it. Thank you. Swindon is where I live, okay? Shut up, drawing down. But now it looks post-apocalyptic. The street, it looks like there's just a tidal wave of the global nomads. They're not from any one place, they're not any one kind of people, you can't get to know them, there's a myriad different languages, and they're just here because the government thinks one day they'll pay the pensions. They're not going to pay any pensions. When things get bad here, they're just going to piss off, okay? This is our country. We live here. This is the inheritance and patrimony of the English. I want them to hear the word. It's the forbidden word. England! England! Come on! I love seeing the flags. I love seeing the flags. Love it. So, just to conclude, we have real problems. None of the mainstream parties are going to solve these problems. We are going, as Lawrence said, we are going to have to do it ourselves, and we can. But we have to remember, and this is the most important thing, upon the conduct of one depends the fate of all. We stand and fall together, so you have to remember your dignity as an English man and woman is on the line. Act worthy of the respect of your ancestors. Those great and glorious, victorious ancestors of ours are watching. They want us to win. We have to win for our children. This is it. There's no stepping backwards. There's no apologies. It's just forwards. We don't need to worry about any of the media, any of the communists. We don't need to worry about any of them. We just need to take a proper and wholesome message to the British people. We're going to do this. Thank you.
We just need 1 minute, yeah? 1 minute, we're just setting something up to change the wires over or something, so just give us 1 minute.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna take a small break and then get back so we can see some of the crowd here. You know what? I've been to a lot of these pro-Palestinian, tacit Hamas supporting protests. I've covered a lot of them.
We've got 363,000 people watching us live on X. And the mainstream media thought we were finished. How much satisfaction I'll take from that?
So I've been to a lot of these protests.
The next man to speak now.
It's the only one I feel
that I respect. I'd say he's the best politician this country never had. Gerard Batten.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Or should I say, drunken, bald-headed, tattooed thugs. My kind of people. Now, you remember who called you that, don't you? You won't forget, will you? Least of all when he tells you how to vote in this general election. Now, I'm here today to support Tommy Robinson because he speaks the truth. Now, Winston Churchill said, I'll quote, "Courage is rightly considered the foremost of all the virtues because all of the others depend on it. Without courage, nothing great is possible, and Tommy Robinson is a brave man." Tommy was a political prisoner and he suffers continuing persecution because he speaks the truth and defends those people who cannot defend themselves. And he has been vindicated in everything that he said. Now, some political figures who would not defend him when he most needed them now talk openly about the very things they condemned him for. And you can see them on their YouTube channels and on GB News. Don't forget what they were saying when he was locked up in Belmarsh. We are becoming a modern totalitarian state where you will be punished for speaking the truth. But now there is no need to put people into concentration camps or gulags. They can be simply cancelled electronically. The people that govern us are traitors. We know that, but what causes them to betray their country and future generations? Governments of whatever party, when they're elected, are controlled by an elite of globalist monopolists. Supranational financial and international corporations, as exemplified by the World Economic Forum. I hear Klaus isn't well. I'm sure you send him your best wishes. Now, the globalist plans is to destroy democratic Western society and civilization, and to create a new feudal society where they are the aristocracy and the rest of us are the peasants and the serfs. Now, voting in this next general election is pointless. We know what we're going to get, a globalist government. But there is one thing that you can do to protest, which I can suggest, which is to write none of the above on the ballot paper. Now, as I said, whoever wins is going to be controlled by the globalists.
Whom they depend for funding.
Funding will be withdrawn. They hold governments hostage in a financial stranglehold. And you don't have to take my word for it. Liz Truss intimated just as much in an interview she did on trigonometry. Go and listen to it. Now, it's taken decades for the globalist plan to mature. The whole of the Western world now faces the same problem. But there are millions upon millions of ordinary, decent people across Europe and the English-speaking world who do not want to live in serfdom and who want their countries and freedoms back. And more are waking up. So what can be done about it? Well, nothing quickly, nor easily. But as a first step, Tommy has come up with a brilliant idea, which is to launch a coalition for freedom, movement for cultural change, to rally international support. There will be nothing in his multi-point plan that no right-thinking person or political party cannot support. We might call it a cultural counter-revolution to reverse the cultural revolution of insanity that we've had foisted on us over the last couple of decades. It will be a long struggle, but people are waking up around the world. I have to say to you, however, ultimately, the solutions must be political. Traitorous governments will not reform themselves. The solutions will depend upon political power and political parties, and that can only come through the ballot box. But the desire for truth, freedom and liberty can never be suppressed. Thank you.
Now, it was talking about being cancelled and censorship. Some of the best work we've created with Urban Scoop, and I'm grateful for everyone who supported our work. We produced a 5-part series called The Rape of Britain in the city of Telford. I don't know how many of you have watched that yet. If you haven't watched it, some of the survivors are here today, okay? If you haven't watched it, go onto our Rumble channel, look at our documentaries. We've done 5 episodes. We've got one more to do. The last one is looking at the council. There's an election in 4 weeks. My message to one of the people who is running for election, you're in episode 6, mate, okay? You're in episode 6. So, before you get all excited after probably winning the election for your seat, your name's going to be destroyed in the Rape of Britain, okay? If you haven't watched the Rape of Britain, we're going to play a quick trailer now that shows you some of the content we've produced. Thanks.
I have a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. I will look for you. I will find you. There's a man going round such rooms, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody will be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down, when the man comes around. Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing.
marching to the playground. Voices calling, voices crying. Someone's crying. It's out there and the living's This is sort of a question about would you vote for after I'm making my statement to this? Over 200 beds named were identified by the police investigation, but only 11 were charged. Why is that? A lot of personalisation shooting with local reserves and medical stuff. What the fuck are they? That's not right. Why would I be on the bar like that? And multiple young girls, spot children, and multiple young girls were allegedly involved in raping and prostitution. There's serious allegations from children who say that you were involved in a rape and prostitution offence. If you were a kingpin, you have them tapping. I don't think you still will, would you? I mean, persons asked about allegations of child rape. If you rape or trade by day, you should have a jury from houses or to mask contempt. Why would three individual girls who do not know each other all be telling me, giving me statements, that you have been involved in their grooming, in their trafficking, and in their prostitution? I've got a we have accusations that you traffic young children. You traffic young children, you chose their home, you prostituted them. She thought you was you flagged the nippers off her when she was 12 years old in the house next door to the boss coach. What would you do? Just what would you do with hanging around 13-year-old school children? You put on your car body and you race her with your angry because you were in sleep with your best mate Gerard and your age girlfriend. You're in this town, Pakistan in this town got away with destroying one of those lives. Now, you're famous, I don't think where you are. When a man comes around.
So, just to let the Telford know, we are coming back to Telford one more time. Now, when we told these stories, we were only able to tell them because of the courage of the survivors. Let's have a round of applause for the survivors. Again, some of them are here in this crowd today, okay? Thank you, ladies and look. One of the survivors told me when I sat with her that she continually listened to a song, and the lyrics of that song told her story, literally told her life story. So today, darling, if you're watching, this song's dedicated to you. Sorry, one sec, because there's a video to play with this in tribute to the girls.
I ride straight into the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all your scars. Run away, they say, we wanna love you as you are. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, gonna send the flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me, look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen, I make no apologies. This is me, oh, 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 oh. sinking. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, yeah, that's what we've become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words try to cut me down, gonna send a flame, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me, look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen, I make no apologies. This is me, oh, 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 and I know that I deserve your love, and there's nothing I'm not worthy of. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand and fight, I'm gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me, look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen, I make no apologies. This is me.
Thank you, Kelly. And a lot of people give me credit for raising awareness around the grooming scandals, yeah? But the true credit needs to be given to the survivors who have been brave enough to speak out and put their faces to it against all the threats. We're going to hear now from one of those survivors. She's in this crowd as well. We'll play a video.
My name is Samuel Woodhouse, and I was a child victim of criminal and sexual exploitation in my hometown of Rotherham in the north of England. I was just 14 years old when I met Satan. He was 10 years older than me and already known to South Yorkshire Police for exploiting children. I went missing for days, weeks and months at a time. I was placed into foster care and made pregnant twice by him by the age of 15. I gave birth to my son just after my 16th birthday. But at 16 years old, I made a statement to South Yorkshire Police, and unfortunately that got ignored. I wasn't surprised because I know how corrupt the police were because of what I'd seen whilst I was being exploited. But in 2012, I contacted the police again, and I felt let down all over again. They refused to take evidence, DNA evidence from my son, and said they only had one piece of evidence, which was a missing person report, which I know now to be completely false. What they didn't know is that I was actually recording that meeting on my mobile phone. I took that recording and I contacted a man called Andrew Norfolk at the Times newspaper. I gave him the recording and I gave him lots of evidence such as medical files, social care, police files, and I told him his story. He published my story in August 2013. I named my rapist, I named the then Deputy Lady Jahangir Akhtar, and I named a police officer called PC Ali. This opened the criminal investigation not just into my abuse, but into all the cases in South Yorkshire, which is the biggest child abuse investigation in history, which is now led by the National Crime Agency. But it also opened an investigation called the Alexis J report. I'm sure you probably have heard of it. This was a report that showed over 1,400 children in my hometown had been abused, raped, trafficked, tortured, some even murdered. We were blamed, we were ignored, we was criminalised. The report also showed that the majority of victims were white female children, and the majority of perpetrators were Pakistani Muslim men. Thousands of children in my town were sacrificed because people were too scared that they were going to be called racist. This isn't something that's just happening in my town. This is something that is happening all over the country. We have a system that is completely unfit for purpose. I was fortunate to get into a courtroom and testify against my abuser. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. I thought that was going to be the last I ever had to deal with. I was wrong. And still to this day, I'm having to fight and change a system, not just to protect me, my son, my grandson, but also for every child and female victim in this country. In 2018, Northern Council invited, or shall I say, into my son's life to have a relationship with him. Even though he's in prison for 35 years, even though he's a danger to him, and even though he didn't even ask to be in his life, they invited him anyway. And again, this is something that's happening all over the country. A rapist and a paedophile can apply through the family courts for contact and even full custody of children that was born through their sexual crimes. I'm asking for people to get involved in a campaign that I'm doing to change the law. This law will stop paedophiles and rapists from getting access to our children, because our children are being trafficked through the system. Please get involved, please contact your MPs. Every single person that's here today is here because they recognise that something is going wrong with our system. I'm only one person, I'm one voice, but if we all come together, our voices can be collected and we can make much more of a difference. Children aren't being supported, children are still being criminalised. We need to do something, we need to put a stop to children being abused.
So if you're standing with us, sit. Right now, we're going to have another song, which is a tribute, and it's a tribute of respect. This is hard for Tommy, I know it's hard for a lot of us. This is a tribute to Andy Bomber. Andy Bomber was one of us. He was ex-military. He was by Tommy's side through and through. This man would have took a bullet for Tommy in his protection when he travelled with him.
I didn't know if you were going to come.
Andy was a dear friend to so many of us, and we love him, and we are so sorry that he is not with us anymore. Andy was out in Iraq, and unfortunately Andy was going through some tough times. But I'd like you to put your hands together as a sign of respect for one of us, one of our countrymen. Give it up for Andy, the Bomber Ross. Please play the video. And this one now, we had Bomber's Spotify list. So Kelly has dedicated a song that was on his Spotify list, and it's a beautiful song. So this is for Andrew Bomber.
Come on, Kelly!
There's a message on your phone to be with everybody.
My heart sinks. How could you leave us all behind? There's so much to say, but I didn't have the time. So how do I say goodbye to someone who's been with me for my whole damn life? He gave me courage and the strength to stand and fight for all that I know is right. So how do I say goodbye when I couldn't? You always saw the best in me. Through it all, you're always by my side. But I'm scared of what life without you's like. It's gonna take a while, working hard to end. And I promise you that now you're gone, I will honor you, my friend. So how do I say goodbye to someone who's been with me for my whole damn life? You gave me courage and the strength for all that I know is right. How do I say goodbye? And there's no way to let me down. Gonna steal some time and start again. You'll always be my brother, and someday we're gonna make it out. Just hold the light, just hold the light. How do I say someone who's been with me for my whole life? Give me courage and the strength to stand for all that I know is right. So how do I say goodbye? So how do I say goodbye to someone who's been with me for my whole damn life? You gave me courage and the strength to stand and fight for all that I know is right. How do I say goodbye? Oh, how do I say goodbye? Oh, how do I say
Right. Where's the stewards? Can we have some stewards? I know there are people who volunteered as stewards. Are there? If the stewards can just make their way up here. They're going out. They got them there? Yeah, they're going out. Yeah. Okay. Right. We're going to do a collection now. There's some buckets coming round. We've done it at each one of our Telford demonstrations. The survivors from the Telford demonstrations, we've got to know them all. As I said, some of them are here today. Their lives have been destroyed. Do you know what difference it made after each one of our demonstrations when we helped them out? The buckets are going to be passed around the crowd. Any money put into the buckets will be given to the survivors from Telford. It will be split in half. We're paying for a headstone as well for Andy Bummer. So thank you, player. As the buckets are being passed around, I thank you for, I know everyone spent their money coming here, so anything you can give. And now, it's time to watch Lawfare, a totalitarian state.
Tommy, Robinson!
This is where I was on the 26th of November. I'd come to London as a journalist to report on an anti-Semitism rally. I was in this cafe, having a breakfast. When I left, I was confronted by the police, I was arrested, I was violently attacked, and I was pepper sprayed. I have committed my claim. As we begin, I want you to ask yourself some questions. Do we have freedom of press? Do we have freedom of assembly? And do we have freedom of speech? Or do we live in a totalitarian state? This is going to be a film about two-tier policing. Two-tier policing where the police treat some people brutally and others, Black Lives Matter, Extinction Rebellion, Just Stop Oil, those destroying British monuments and history, Hamas supporters, well, for those, they fail to apply the law at all. But as I thought about what was going on, I kept coming back to the question, what? Why are the police behaving like this? And the second question, what else is going on in our nation that might explain? The closer I looked, it became very clear that there were many other things going on, which taken together look almightily similar to the strategies used by totalitarian states like Russia, China, North Korea, and Saudi Arabia. If we're not quite there already, I believe we're drifting perilously close to becoming a totalitarian state. Now what does that mean? A totalitarian state is one where the state decides which ideas are correct. It uses its power to impose an official idea. Dissent is treated as resistance. Institutions like the civil service, judiciary, police and free press are facades for the exercise of state power. Media, academia, organised religion, the justice system, banking and finance are used to retain power. Power is concentrated within a room. Social traditions and culture are swept away by the new ideology. The social fabric of society is weakened as a result. Participation in an approved ideology is encouraged and then required. Individualism, true diversity of thought and freedom are replaced by mass conformity to beliefs and behaviours sanctioned by the state. A totalitarian state relies on force to suppress all opposition. And in the end, as seen in countries mentioned, Russia, China, North Korea, Saudi Arabia, eventually large-scale violence and assassination become permissible to achieve their goals. Now, if you think that's nonsense, and if you think it only applies to me, you need to keep it. Black protesters in the controversial Just Stop Oil group.
Yeah, Michael, how are you going to say it for?
When they marched down with hundreds of Palestinian flags, they were saying, we were standing there arrested.
Why they us say that's the police establishment? That's right. You can climb on monuments, you can vandalise them, you can block the streets while praying to Allah. You can surround the police and then release their prison. But no Palestine! No Palestine! You mean those? They're racist! Yes, they are. And even if you like to see them in good sense, you're not Pepsi. Well, here, you're calling a bunch of racist is in fact a criminal offence. to the sea, you are being racist. And when the gentleman stands on his own front doorstep and shouts out, "You are being racist," then what the police have to do is respect that. Women are children raised, they were raised. Yeah, that's not you need to stop. They asked the gentleman to respect the demonstration. Well, the police are supposed to respect the counter-demonstration, particularly when the counter-demonstration consists of one person standing in their own doorway, posing a threat to nobody. Well, that's where we're at. The police are making political choices, political decisions. They're allowing one group to chant and scream whatever slogans they like, and then they arrest or threaten with arrest counter-protest. That can't be right, and it gives us another clue, yet again, in which side the police favour. We do have the right to speak in the UK. We've seen online censorship. This is now offline censorship, where an individual police officer decides what is acceptable and what is not. Before it comes through there, all we're saying now, and I'm going to be very clear for everyone understanding. Yeah. If you don't go to us again, you'll see it as the matter of aggression, and we will kill those dogs, but we'll put them down. We've seen Hamas supporters shouting death to Jews, saying that Hitler is right, calling for genocide in Israel. No one left alone. The mainstream media deemed it a peaceful protest, the police didn't touch them.
Thousands of people take to the streets following the massacre of Jewish people, the single largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust, chanting for the erasure of Israel from the map. To my mind, there's only one way to describe those marches. They are hate marches.
We can't wait for Union Jack.
Arresting an Englishman for flying a Union Jack, when there's people here literally tacitly supporting the October 7th.
We cannot preach the Christian gospel.
If you think you remember something badly, harassment around distress, it's a criminal offence.
I'm aware of it. So that's what we're not doing that. What we're doing is they're preaching everything. We're asking what we're preaching. So we're preaching about the gospel of Jesus Christ. And close to one for me, you cannot work as a journalist if the government doesn't like your views or your report. I'm not asking you that this is not all to do with your problem as a journalist. So I feel that your presence here is causing you and you don't really know you. What I saw from that demonstration, Tommy being arrested for wanting to report, is a huge intrusion of police powers into journalistic freedom. He was pepper sprayed, arrested, 30 police officers, and overreach of their power on a single individual journalist who simply wanted to tell a story.
You have to look at the way Tommy was treated by the police and see how different it is from the treatment that gets given to jihadis or Islamists or extremists or people who actually want to hurt our country. We hurt our country, hurt England, now I know you get treated with kid gloves. We want to stand up for our country, stand up for our culture, and you get battered to an inch of your life, you get pepper sprayed in the face, and you get treated like you're scum.
I think what happened at times very slow for the average Brit to see someone turn up quietly having their breakfast and the overwhelming police response to that, then to be cuffed and to be laced in the face, I think is a sign of a fearful police force. You know, if they're going to do it to him and these figures that stand in front of people and stand for people, then they will do it to you. I think that there's a particular paradigm in place that when there's some people on the inside and some people on the outside, and Tommy is of course on the outside, and so he will get treated in ways that other people who may be equally or more divisive will be treated. I look at it as Cenotaph on Remembrance Sunday to pray for our fallen, to pray for the servicemen who have died for our freedoms, to protect these so-called liberties, and I was classed as far right along with people like Tommy Robinson who were also down there. So what does that tell us? Well, the police came and cattled us, they called us off, and the mainstream media painted us as far right. So the media, the police, and the government are against certain demographics, and other demographics get away with whatever they like.
Every single time. I will tell them, the thing of the flags, solidarity with the Palestinian people.
Let's think about flags and emblems for a minute. It seems absolutely fine if you can walk down the street carrying a banner that says Free Palestine. But if you're raising and following and flying and celebrating St. George's Cross, for instance, then even though it may be entirely legal, the police see you as being on the wrong side of history. They see you as being on the racist side of history. Again, that's so disrespectful of us as a nation.
It's just not pulling it out, it's all any sort of, it's just embarrassing. It's not one of ours, that's just.
And yet when they're not starting with hundreds of Palestinian flags, you won't say a word.
That's what I tell you, the ISIS flag isn't the ISIS flag.
The Gerard by the army of
Calling for jihad in the streets of Britain isn't calling for holy war, and being anti-Semitic, genocidal slogans into Parliament, that's fine as well. And this is something I've been warning about for 20 years.
There's a two-tier system across this country, one rule for them, one rule for us. It needs to change.
Look, there's a two-tier system, and really what they need is equally across all communities. When I'm talking about that two-tier policing system, it seems to be falling over the meaning. Many people have lost their jobs or their promotions for speaking their mind. And Leanne's still lost his job for telling us what we all know. That the capital streets have been handed over to Islamic mob rule.
I don't actually believe that these Islamists have got control of our country, but what I do believe is they've got control of Calm and they've got control of London. And again, this terms in Calm, he's actually given our capital city away to his mates who are there. Because if you let Labour do the back door, expect more of this, and expect our cities to be taken over by London.
We have allowed our streets to be dominated by Islamist extremists, and British Jews and others to be too intimidated to walk through central London week after week. And now we're allowing Islamist extremists to intimidate British members of Parliament. This is wrong. It has to stop. And would my right honourable friend organise a debate on extremism and how we tackle this challenge, which is one of the central issues facing our generation.
Again, this is nothing new. In 2011, Imam from the East London March told the Metropolitan Police I was not allowed to march through Tower Hamlets on a charity walk for a dying child. The night before the walk, Scotland Yard warned me I was not to enter Tower Hamlets. I was assaulted on the border of Tower Hamlets in front of the police. actually look what happened. The two police step back to unidentified men, probably undercover police, step in and assault. I didn't react, I was arrested. I was sent to trial. I was given bail conditions that banned me from entering the borough of Tower Hamlets for 9 months. No evidence, it was kicked out, it's lawfare. You see, in a totalitarian state, the police operate outside the constraints of the law. Their actions are purposely unpredictable to destabilise those of us in the union with the real kind of views. And they're not. They continuously lie. The police said I was carrying an offensive weapon. They fabricate a reason to arrest me. They detain me, they take me to the police station. As soon as I'm there, they drop the case of an offensive weapon. Then they look for someone else to arrest me. Breaching coronavirus regulation. No joke. Again, no evidence, kicked out, lawfare.
I think democracy cannot function with two-tier policing. I think a two-tier justice system and a two-tier policing system is an existential threat to democracy.
Once that trust is broken down, this is extremely corrosive for community relations and leads to a lot of resentment. And it diminishes the law in itself. We need to look at a police officer and not have a clue where their political allegiance lies. Now, we can't do that when they adopt the symbols of certain political groups. When they put the rainbow epaulets on their shoulder, or when they turn a police car into a rainbow car, we know which side of the political divide they're on. When they take a soft approach to pro-Palestinian marching and a hard approach on those who protested, we know which side of the political divide the police are on. And we need to have no idea which side the police are on. No matter, it's the police's job to uphold the law. That is the law. Another key feature of a totalitarian state is a politicised judiciary. In fact, in a totalitarian state, all the elements of the state are there to create an appearance of a fair process, when in fact, they are a facade of fairness and due process. They are there for the state, not the people, and are used to advance the causes of the state. However may I describe the cause matter. You see, Sam Miller was in prison for 2 years for putting up stickers that said innovation has destroyed Great Britain. Was in prison for 2 years for putting a bacon sandwich outside a mosque. He died in jail during that sentence. And at the same time, 3 women who were found guilty of terror offences weren't even found. They were given a conditional discharge, totally off. A Muslim abuser, Adil Rashid, he was convicted of raping a 13-year-old child. He was let off because he wasn't aware that wasn't allowed, because he'd been brought up under the influence of sugar. Ignorance apparently is an excuse. At least in the Newcastle Green Gang, one of them was let off with a community order for raping children. He raped children. He too was let off. Just like the two-tier policing, we have a criticised two-tier judiciary. But the law is not actually the law. The law is whatever the judge decides it is based on who's sitting in front of him. And perhaps most gravely for me personally, how are you feeling about that? Fuck your mum's fire! You don't know it's not his deal, man. It's not his deal. Back in 2018, I was in prison for reporting outside the Leeds Crown Court at the end of a trial of now convicted child rapists. Watch this.
We grant the extension of time in respect of the finding of contempt in Leeds Crown Court and allow the appeal against that finding for the detailed reasons set out in the judgment. Essentially because the process was flawed.
But no, it was found to
to be unlawful in prison.
I say contempt charge for doing exactly what you want to do. Exactly identical to you trying to do. Not exactly, I've been prosecuted by exactly what you've just done. By the basic job.
Still spent 3 months in solitary confinement before being released. So the public had seen him fortunately in prison, so they had to get him. They took him back to the Old Bailey twice and eventually convicted me again on contempt of court, which I did not commit, by the way. And they gave me another 10 months in prison. So 13 months and then 10 months for asking now convicted paedophiles how they feel about your sentence.
What's the difference between what I did and what you did?
You've now been found in contempt of court. You lost your chance to be
You
think the evidence on your evidence that you've just been burned.
You don't care, do you? You don't care that people's freedoms have been taken away. You don't care that our judicial system has just prosecuted someone because of who they are, not what they've done. You don't care, do you? You're a journalist. Do you not care about people's freedoms to report?
If you get contempt of court, the Birmingham and Baden actually taxed the trial of Levi Belfield for the rape and murder of the child in Lee. Contempt of court, same, they were fined. What did it? While ran for the Spectator, he actually collapsed the Stephen Lawrence murder trial.
The Spectator magazine has been prosecuted for breaching reporting restrictions during the trial of Stephen Lawrence's killers. Gary Dobson and David Norris were described as disgusting racists in an article written by Rod Little while the Old Bailey trial was underway. The magazine was accused of breaching a court order preventing prejudicial material being published.
HAFEZ reflects. No, HAFEZ. Reflects.
Those pedophiles were being deported when they were released from prison. Those pedophiles are still lurking around the streets of our country.
I bring it back to my lesson I learned last year. It's important to understand process is the punishment. I have to go to court 7 times, and every time I had to go, it cost me thousands of pounds. My freedom was taken. My ability to work was taken from me. The cost was £60,000. And what was the outcome? The arrest was unlawful. The bail conditions were unlawful. The entire thing was unlawful. Police officers lied in their statements, fabricated paperwork. They lost all their body-worn video footage. That's what every police officer missing in the body camera, they all lost it. The dog ain't my homework, you were. So how did that? All they did. They physically attacked me, they pepper sprayed me, they banned me from the capital city for 6 months, they financially bullied me.
We told people to understand this. I've just said I've won, yeah? Have we won? Do we have freedom? For the last 6 months, I've been banned from entering my capital city. Whereas jihadists have took over our capital city week in, week out, with the grace of the police allowing them to. I've had my restrictions, my right to a family life. I even went to court to ask if I could take my children to the Christmas lights turn on, and I was refused that opportunity. For the last 6 months, I've had to go to a Muslim police officer and ask permission to come into my own capital city, of which one of the meetings was to interview a member of parliament. That Muslim police officer refused that request. That is a police state. That is not freedom. What's been ruled on is that the arrest was unlawful, pepper spray was unlawful. They arrested me on my daughter's birthday. Yeah? On my daughter's birthday, that's now unlawful. Their bail conditions are unlawful. This is about lawfare. The process is the punishment.
Our eyes have been opened because of the internet age. We can see precisely what's going on before they spin it. And then we can compare the narratives of the children that we saw with our own eyes versus what they want us to believe.
And there's always more rules. Rules that superficially sound reasonable enough. Wrong, crime, hate speech. No one wants hate, right? But those rules are simply weaponised to silence people again. And the people with the wrong kind of views.
In Russia last year, 400 people were arrested for things that they said on social media.
400 people in Russia. Obviously, this country is very different. How many people do you think were arrested in Britain for things they said on social media last year? Go on, take a guess. 3,300.
Arrested for what they said on social media.
Much of this current obsession by the police with what we say and think, even in the privacy of our own homes, even on social media, even as banter amongst friends, is based on this thing called the Allport scale. Now, the Allport scale was written by a psychologist in the 1950s to show where genocide comes from. And he has a 5-step program, if you like, which begins with contrary speech. So, if you, as I did, retweeted somebody else's limerick, and the political content of that limerick was anti-trans, as it was when I retweeted somebody's limerick in 2019. The logic of the police is this, that is the first step on a 5-step program that ends in genocide. They say that without necessary intervention at step 1, we'll move to step 2, which is indirect discrimination against people in the group. And then, if it's not stopped there, we'll move to step 3, which is direct discrimination. And then step 4, which is violence. And finally, step 5, which is terrorism, genocide, and murder. That's the police logic. And that's why they are so obsessed by what you think and say, even in the privacy of your own home. Of course, they can justify their action, silencing people, by telling us they are protecting due process or protecting us from misinformation. As Robert Kennedy says, there is no time in history when the people censoring speech were the good guys. And he points out, a government that has the capacity to silence its opponents has the power to commit any kind of atrocity. And when they want to, they just create more legislation, like the Online Safety Act brought into effect in October last year. It's always for our own good. The benevolent government protecting society from the extremists. That's how they say it to you.
So what is the future of journalism in the UK? It's increased censorship. The Online Safety Bill censors online content. And with the police now being given free range to restrict any journalist at any moment, at any demonstration, I think this will curtail and stop the freedom of the press.
But there are some problems here. The new online safety legislation, it can be weaponised by anyone. Literally anyone can claim they're alarmed or distressed and use the law to silence ideas they can't cope with. The drag queens, men who get sexually aroused by dressing up as women and reading to your primary school children. Muslims who don't want Islam to be scrutinised by people who think Islam might be such a great idea for propaganda. Any woman who doesn't think a man can become a woman by just wishing it. And if you want to see how much distress you can cause Generation Z by simply saying there's 2 genders, it's clear every new piece of legislation presented for your good, the good of the people, results in more power for the government and is then weaponised by the government and those who hate our nation and our values. It leaves each of us with less and less freedom.
You should do without saying that this is an optimistic future, and if we continue going as we can, independent voices will be snuffed out of time.
Another feature straight out of the communist totalitarian playbook is the use of security services to spy its own citizens. Russia's KGB, East Germany's Stasi, Romania's security state, they were all at it, spying on their own citizens on an industrial scale. And rather close to home, before Elon Musk rescued Twitter, the Twitter files revealed how the oxymoronically named Democratic Party had staffed it with FBI agents with the power to read the private messages of whoever they wanted.
Now, a journalist working with Twitter claims the FBI paid the social network money and at the same time pressured Twitter about its content. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's newest Twitter file showing how cozy the relationship was between the FBI and Twitter right before he took over. Journalist Matt Taibbi's thread showing that there were more than 150 emails.
The FBI asks to remove 3 accounts. That gets forwarded to Twitter. Twitter immediately suspends the accounts. But more importantly, when there's a glitch and the accounts remain up, the FBI immediately writes back and says, "What's the deal? We just wrote to you. Why is it still up?"
And do not think the security services intrusion isn't happening here in Redbridge. What are you doing? Change back in. It's not. What are you doing? What do you think? I think the same thing. There is something there. You tell me what you're doing. Because essentially I've got threats against me. So what are you doing? It doesn't matter what we do. Who's in back in car? Who's in back in car? Let me see who's in back in car. Tell them what you're doing in the house. I don't know what you're doing, I've got police officers sat in a recording van, and the back of this van is a recording station. Standing in the like it's like, Marcus, what are you doing? I know what you're doing. They're sat in the back of their van, this is recording devices, the whole of this back thing, because you just opened up and I've got it now, the whole of this back thing is recording, where they're putting there, because what this is has been a setup. These police officers set me up. That was 2 men, 1 van a week, from the security services, outside my house, in a van, with false plates on, and full of listening equipment. Not investigating the time, but listening to see if they can find me. When did any of us vote this level of state intrusion? Of course, to maintain control, every totalitarian state must control what you hear, what the people hear. And the government known that the media, big tech, and the British people were easy to control. Pay the media and big tech, terrify the people, label misinformation, anything and everything you don't agree with, demonise and arrest anyone who doesn't comply. Just look how that worked with COVID.
The anti-vaxxers, dangerous obsessives.
I don't want them sitting next to me in the theatre. I don't want them standing next to me at the theatre bar. I don't want them next to me or anywhere near me or even in the same carriage on the train.
And if you're not vaccinated, you're eligible. And countries have not been vaccinated. You're not just irresponsible. I mean, you're an idiot.
Welcome to BBC Verify. Like you said, we are a team of investigative journalists here at the BBC. We are also a new brand, and we are a physical location above the newsroom in London. And the point of the team, as you said, is to verify video, to fact check, to counter disinformation, and to analyse really complex stories so we can get to the truth of what's going on.
And look what happens to independent journalists. Voice of Wales reported a vaccine incident.
We saw how the media were manipulating everything, and then we saw a gap in the market for truth, honest media, for truth, which is quite bad. So that's why we thought, well, let's just form our media. You know, let's be the media. People in those aren't getting the truth. We can give it to them.
With yourself, if you face opposition to your journalism from the police, what can you be the worst example of this?
Worst example would have to be Combine.
It's absolutely Combine.
There was one of the vaccine centres where people were going to attempt to papers. We heard that this was going on. We went down to this one in Combine. There was only 3 people there. We were separate from them. Yeah, and it was all calm. It was all nice. They went in. They were polite. They weren't aggressive at all. And it went on for about an hour.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, a chief inspector turned up, Batten, and he turned up and inflamed it, as he does. He knew we were there. We've got elite friends inside the cops who give us information annexed to police officers. They said there's no way a chief inspector would have come down for 3 protesters. He's there for you, and that's what it was. He was absolutely there for us.
he instructed people to leave. He said to leave the doorway, and he said, can you please, if you want to protest, can you please stand over there in the designated protest area, which is still on the land. We moved because we're just there filming, not involved, not engaged. We moved. One guy kind of refused to move, and the order was given to arrest everybody, and then that included us.
Yeah, and that was after we'd shown them our press passes.
Right, at this moment in time, it's 1:32 when you are under arrest for aggravated trespassing. You do have to solution, but I may have any defence. If you do not mention one question, something that you like to lie in court, anything you do say may be given evidence, okay?
Okay, we're literally here from the media. We are literally media. We're not part of this group. We were informed that this was happening, so we came down.
Right, okay.
So the first charge that we had was aggravated trespass. Yeah, that's what they said.
And then it was changed to fraud.
2 counts of fraud.
And that then gave them permission to break into our homes.
They took your car, they took tripods, they took microphones, I don't know what a microphone, everything you work with. Everything you work with. They let us go. Stan was my lift, you know, we travelled up together, and I said, I'm just waiting for Stan. They said, no, we're not waiting for Stan, the conditions are you're not going to be anywhere near Stan.
So people understand you're a double act.
Yeah.
Your journalism is a double act.
Yeah.
Your shows are a double act, you go everywhere together.
Yeah.
So you are the show.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. And if there are bad conditions, you're not allowed near each other.
And then they said, right, okay, well, if you want to go for coffee or something with Stan, you can, but you can't do Voice on Rails.
Which shows exactly what it was about. It was about your journalism. It's got nothing to do with who you did.
So we got to court. They wheeled in all the police officers, 3 sergeants and the chief inspector, and they basically all perjured themselves. They said that we were aggressive, we refused to leave the land, we were told numerous times to leave the land, which is what the trespass charge would have came from. When in fact, you know, our argument was, well, we've got the footage, and the footage says, if you would like to protest, please stand over there in the designated area. So we were invited to stay on the land.
If you wish to protest, I'm going to stand over there with my colleagues, but the police officers will give statements and evidence that lied. They totally lied. If you didn't have that SIM card, as journalists, you've gone to report something, you've been jailed.
All you need to do is look at the treatment of people like yourself, people like we get, for simply talking about true things that are happening. You know, we don't make the news, we don't create these events and pretend that something's happening and it's not. We go and report what is actually happening.
That looks just like Russia, China, North Korea, and Donald Tusk's anti-conservative antics in Poland.
In December, we had an event with Andrew Budgen MP and Carl Benjamin, and what better person to report on it but Tommy? You rely on other journalists, other media outlets promoting what you're doing, discussing it. It was an event holding the line, challenge the narrative, looking at free speech. So I get a call from DC Shah, police officer, and he wants to know information about the event. He then goes away. I then get a message from Tommy to say he's been blocked or banned and not allowed. And I understand later that he needs to ask permission from a single police officer whether he's allowed to enter London and report on events. So it seems as though this individual police officer has absolute power to restrict Tommy as a journalist reporting on any event in London, and that power in the hands of a single individual should concern all of us.
There should be a warning to all reporters, not just in Great Britain, but across the Western world, because we do not have a freedom of press, never mind freedom of association. Look at what's happening in the United Kingdom. We've got this body, this regulatory body called Ofcom, who regulates broadcast media. They're being given no controls, no powers to regulate the internet as well. And it looks like they're an independent organisation, but of course they're not. They are an arm's length organisation of the government. They are controlled by the government, they are assigned by the government, therefore it is essentially the government who is regulating the media.
The reporting across the Western world is factoring very, very quickly, very, very suddenly. We've noticed that trust in the media is at an all-time low. The stats support that.
All the legacy media are losing their income because they're not on the viewers, they haven't got the readers, because they're not reporting, they're seen by the public now not reporting the news properly, but that just makes them more dependent on the support they're getting from big business and government.
I've actually seen quite clearly the different
type of treatment. So when it comes to someone like me, when I'm reporting, and when they see someone like Chris Mason from BBC News, even the facial expressions, even the body language changes is telling. The press, as we know, is very, very controlled. The mainstream media is hugely controlled. Journalists I've known for many years, and I won't name them, but I mean in Parliament, they won't talk to me anymore. If they, when they do this, they will admit privately that if they printed my views on issues, they'd lose their jobs immediately, and it certainly wouldn't get covered. So we're not getting a balanced view of world events. We're getting a very biased view. That smacks of actually totalitarian control, where the state decides who is the news broadcasters and what the news is.
With controlled media, you can inject propaganda into the population on a daily basis and indoctrinate them all. You can hammer away pumping out the same messages. COVID's going to kill you. The vaccine's 100% safe and effective. Global warming is going to kill us all. Mass immigration and diversity are our greatest strengths. And if you can control what people hear, very soon you can control what many people think. Many people, not all.
We are the Behavioural Insights team, the world's first nudge unit. We generate and apply behavioural insights to help people live better lives and support communities.
The government set up a unit to manipulate you in 2010, the Behavioural Insights team known as the Nudge Unit. Its sole purpose is to work out how to get you to do what they want. With COVID, they decided fear was the best tactic.
Let's find more on the latest infection numbers and the number of people who've died. Yes, and the most shocking thing actually is the number of people who have died. The United Kingdom's death toll from the coronavirus has risen by 1/5, that's 20%.
The latest number of deaths in the UK is higher than any daily total reported by either Italy or Spain.
13,258 people are in hospital with coronavirus, and 28,734 people have died.
They've weaponised fear against you to terrify you, so they can get you to stay in your house, wear a mask, be in the bubble, take the shot, take the vaccine. Even though the data showed as early as May 2020, just 3 months in, that for the healthy people under 55, there was minimum risk. But they shut the country down anyway.
I think we've been taken over by what's becoming a totalitarian state, which is based on very bad science. In fact, false science, there's a fraud behind a lot of it.
And they said the vaccine is 100% safe and effective.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say that I believe COVID vaccines are indeed safe and effective.
The vaccines have all been through and met the necessary safety and quality standards. I've just had a vaccine for COVID.
Vaccines being rolled out in the UK are not just safe, but they make you safe. They're saving lives and protecting people.
It's not just your own life you'll be saving, it's other people's lives too.
Trust the science.
For YouTube purposes, we'd like to say that the vaccines are very safe and effective. Because we don't like to get banned.
Shut down non-respected scientists who did not agree with the approach.
For the purposes of this particular live stream, they're very safe and effective.
Almost certainly, and if you allow me to say this under question, what my own research has found, and this is something that is probably a likely contributing factor, is that the COVID mRNA vaccines do carry a cardiovascular risk. And I've actually called for the suspension of this pending an inquiry because there's a lot of uncertainty at the moment about what's causing the excess deaths.
Yeah, someone at the BBC booked Dr. Malhotra to talk about statins, but he was determined to let us know about the vaccine harms. The all-party parliamentary group on the pandemic response heard about the terrible effects of weaponising fear. Have a read of The State of Fear by Laura Dodsworth. And of course, they kept hammering away about the danger of the far right.
from the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He says this: I conclude rather unsurprisingly that there is a greater violent threat from the far right. Just would like to pick up on that point, because MI5, 67% of the terror attacks on their books since 2018 are Islamist attacks. 3/4 of all MI5 cases are from Islamists. The Batten grammar school protest, that wasn't the far right. The anti-Semitism boom we've seen in Britain since October 7th, that wasn't the far right. David Amos was murdered, not by somebody from the far right. Mike Freer forced out of politics by an arson attack, that wasn't the far right. Just Stop Oil, presumably, they're not the far right.
Here again, every announcement they make, the far right gets a special mention. Where are this far right? The real fascists. Because by the government's own security services, they tell them that 90% of the people on the terror watch list, 90% are followers of Islam. That's 40,000 potential terrorists they would know about. Not to mention the ones they don't know about. And even undocumented illegal immigrants, but they have no idea where they are because they've done none. The government has lost them. They have no idea how many of them are criminals, terrorists. We'll never hear about that.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist, or Nazi, or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public.
That's right. These tactics are nothing new. Of course, our leaders are frightened and clueless. They don't know what to do about the real threat of Islam. And they don't know what to do about the threat of left-wing extremist ideologies. Well, some of them don't know what to do, and there's others elected that actually believe in these extremist destructive ideologies. And some of them want you to actually believe that taxing us more is really going to save the planet, regardless of what China and India are doing with fossil fuels.
We cut CO2 by 44% on 1990 levels in this country.
Of course, not everyone is susceptible to this indoctrination. Some more pressure is needed.
If we continue down this path, we will enter a form of tyranny where certain views, certain opinions, certain people are deemed acceptable where others are not, based on what? It seems very arbitrary. That, to me, is terrifying.
The architecture of a totalitarian state is to use the citizens to turn on each other. After years of increasing social isolation, people will retreat into the online world, building echo chambers, polarised, angry, faceless discourse. We were all potential fertile ground for mass formation. The stay-at-home mandates during the COVID madness was perhaps the last piece of this. And lonely, socially isolated individuals, often stuck in meaningless jobs, carrying the fear and anxiety of the monsters created by the state, in this case, the fear of COVID, frustrated by ever-increasing restrictions on their freedoms and the destabilising effect of ever-changing rules. Well, with the right nudging, they can be made to do pretty much anything.
You may not come within 2 meters of me.
I'm walking past you.
Because you're a dickhead without a mask. You're a cunt putting people's lives at risk.
Asked her to wear a fucking mask. Like, seriously, woman, who won't wear your mask, who don't wear your gloves, who don't practice social distancing. Wear your fucking mask.
How else do you think people were made to come out on the streets, on their doorsteps, and clap for the NHS when their appointments and treatments were being cancelled? How else do you think the people were turning to zealots? They turned on those who did not believe. They turned on the people who would not comply.
It happens when they, your neighbours, start breaking lockdown rules, with the police receiving 200,000 tip-offs.
You see, people brainwashed during COVID. People
people only given one message, continuously given that message by controlled media. Lonely, socially isolated, frightened people. People who perhaps have little meaning in their jobs will take up the cause for the state. These people are desperate for meaning. They're desperate and they crave a master. They want to be told what to do, and they see forcing others to comply as their virtue. These zealots get a meaning from their righteous cause. They become part of a group. The antidote to the social isolation and the loneliness. But here's the problem. Just as a state manipulates increasingly lonely, socially isolated, anxious and frustrated people, with social media, others can do that too. Sometimes the government let it run. Extinction Rebellion, just stop wheel. Why do they let it run? Because it's broadly in the direction they want things to go. And sometimes they let it run because they're frightened to confront or the Black Lives Matter march or the transgender movement, even though they know it's nonsense, it's dangerous. And sometimes they let it run for decades, as with Islam, incompatible with Western liberal democracy, because they're too frightened and too clueless to confront. Fifth column, agitating on the streets, calling for jihad, calling for the extermination of Jews, and there are thousands and thousands who join these marches who have been manipulated in just the same way.
So I just noticed the signs you got from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What does that mean?
Well, it's quite self-explanatory. It needs to be.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated now, isn't it? Because I guess what I mean is, how would that come about? What would happen to the Israelis, etc.?
I don't know.
I'm trying to think of how to word it. Isn't it just as self-explanatory as the area of land? It's Palestine's land.
What are you guys out here protesting for? No comment. Why are you guys out here today?
Speak to the organizers.
Okay, I wanted to ask you.
You know what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here at HAFEZ? So we're more educated. I'm not either. I don't think it would be a good idea if we...
Why are you guys protesting?
Just to be a part of the cause.
And what's the cause?
I'm not the right person to talk to.
So why are you guys protesting today?
I don't want to talk to press, I'm sorry.
You don't really want to talk. Why are you guys protesting here today? I don't want to do this, sorry. Do you know why you are protesting here today?
Yes.
And what is that reason?
No comment.
Build a new Workers' Party, a socialist alternative to Sunak and Salama, for a socialist intifada. Yeah. What's a socialist intifada?
If I'm being honest with you, I just got this at the stand over there. I don't actually know the definition of the word intifada.
Okay.
But, I mean...
Do any of you know the definition of the word intifada? So, bombing Gaza, that makes sense. What about that one? Yeah. And what does that mean?
Well, it means to it's, I'm definitely not the person to talk to about this.
The claimed cause is to stop a so-called genocide of Palestinians. They believe in the cause. They can't name the river or the sea, but they march anyway. They didn't march for the millions of Uyghur Muslims being persecuted by the Chinese, because no one else was. They didn't march for the Yemeni Muslims being bombed by the Saudis, because no one else was. And they didn't march for the hundreds of thousands of Syrian Muslims killed by Assad, because no one else was. But in this case, people are marching, so they march.
The majority of them know nothing. I grew up in Israel. I moved here 27 years ago. I've been to explosions, I've been to the shit. None of those people got their info.
I have no idea. It's the next cool thing to do. The average person, I think, at these protests is the kid that isn't cool or good looking enough to be invited to a house party. So because they're not invited to a house party, they make their own, which is out here. Which is why what happens when they summon these people with a flyer, 10,000 of them show up. These are 10,000 people with nowhere else to be.
They get to be part of a community. They find meaning where they had none. In their outrage and indignation, they get to feel good about themselves. There are many causes where this mass formation happens. Me too. Pro-abortion, so-called vaccines, free Palestine, transgenderism. Sometimes people jump on board because they believe in it. It gives them meaning and community and makes them feel better about themselves. Others, they jump on board out of fear of what may happen if they don't. And our so-called leaders, they're frightened to confront the threat of Islam. And they're too frightened to even talk or confront the threat of the far left. Don't worry, guys, don't worry. They've just changed the definition of extremism. That'll work, that'll beat it. Not everyone is caught up in this mass formation. Not everyone can be manipulated quite so easily. And not everyone will comply with the government deciding what ideas are correct and telling people what they have to think. So they have to have consequence for dissent, for non-compliance. There has to be a consequence for speaking out. And the government will decide what non-compliance is. The government will decide what you're allowed to say. As the cost of speaking out increases, fewer people are prepared to speak out. Everyone should get the message, and a spiral of submission and compliance should follow. Perfect. Well, that's the theory. But the government know they have to be careful. Make non-compliance costly enough to crush dissent, but not so costly they create martyrs. Create one Spartacus, and you may have a revolt in your hands.
Every day brings new studies, new findings that confirm the last 2 years of life in the Western world is a blizzard of lies.
Keep in mind, Tony Blair is the one who's been advocating for vaccine passports, digital identification through COVID, and all of these measures.
Either we stand for free speech, in which some people will take offence, some people won't, or we don't, right?
There's no scientific evidence. Sadiq Khan rubbished the evidence and had it rewritten to serve his own needs. No one voted it. It's the beginning and bringing in of a surveillance state. And he's trying to make noises so that I can't say that.
Every one of them lost their jobs for the wrong kind of views. And politicians are no exception.
Will the Prime Minister instruct the Department of Education to order schools to stop indoctrinating our children and to concentrate on their duty of care to protect them?
Suella Braverman, Lee Anderson, Andrew Bridgen, they all lost their jobs for challenging the approved government narrative. You may not actually care about the people you've just seen, but it's not actually about them. This targeted persecution, it could land on your doorstep at any time. I'm in Wales in a village called Furness. I'm at the Stradey Park Hotel, where last summer in 2023 the Home Office made a decision to house 300 male unvetted migrants in a village with a population of 400 people. There were concerns from the local population. They decided to come out and protest about it. Now the police's job in a democracy, in a democratic society, is to protect the rights of the citizens to protest, for legal and lawful protests. We're now going to meet some members of this community to find out if that's what the police did.
Paul Price. I live in Llanelli in West Wales. The last time I did vote, I voted Labour.
I'm Helen Thomas and I'm 52 years of age. I live in Furness, Llanelli. I used to vote for Labour.
My name is Gerard Fuller. I was born in Furness, Llanelli. I'm 77 years of age, and last time I voted was for Conservative.
My name is Peter May. I'm 57 this year. I'm from Port Hennock in Swansea, and I voted Conservative.
My name is Martin. I was formerly a Royal Marine. I've been a police officer. I live in Belliveau, very close by, 60 years old. Last election I was voting for Boris Johnson, Conservative.
Our local 4-star hotel was going to be turned into a migrant hostel, housing 230 people in 77 bedrooms.
And what was your concern with that?
Safety, the strain on NHS, the strain on all our services, because we have no facilities. We've got no A&E. Our hospital is only a minor injury unit, and the worry for safety of my children and children in the area.
They're mostly undocumented males that are arriving here by dinghy from France. Why are they arriving here undocumented? Why aren't they going through the proper channels? That rings alarm bells in my head. And looking at Ireland's a little taster of what's potentially going to come here, and Ireland's in trouble.
It was a really peaceful protest until the police. Yeah. And it was like the whole community just come together. There was a massive feeling of love. It was great. It was really until that day.
There was no trouble at that hotel. No policeman was ever punched in the face, kicked, spat at, and yet they behaved all the time as though we were terrorists almost.
It was just crazy. My daughter got pushed to the ground.
How old was your daughter?
My daughter was 9 at the time. I didn't know where my daughter was at this point either, and I was just shouting like, where's my daughter, and trying to get to my daughter. And it got to the point where they just literally battered me all over the road. I had handcuffs up my nose. He punched me with a left hook at the back of my head. There's footage of it.
And your daughter was present?
My 9-year-old daughter saw all of this.
As an ex-police officer, what's the police's job when a protest is going on?
Well, as the police keep on saying, to facilitate a peaceful protest. But really, they were there in this protest to crush the protest.
You've never been in trouble, lived your whole life. Now you've gone to a protest and here you are in the police cell.
I still hear that echo of the sound hook. Yeah.
So you're 77 and you're under arrest. How's that?
And also as well, they arrested me. 8 police came to my house to arrest me in a lawyer account.
So you're at home at the time, so this is not at the demonstration. So you've been protesting and the police have come to your house to arrest you. 8 police officers in a marked white van.
Yeah.
Have you ever been arrested like that before? No. Have you ever been arrested before?
I was assured by the chief inspector before I got into that car that I would be home by the morning, and I wasn't. 21 hours they kept me in there.
My wife is a barrister, I'm legally trained as well, and there were always people who'd been arrested and then they were given, I think, similar to you, given bail conditions to prevent them protesting at all. Protesting, doing anger within, not even allowed to protest online.
You're not even allowed to talk about it.
Not even allowed to talk about it.
Not to engage in any protests, related activity related to Australia Park Hotel, either in person or online.
Yeah, I couldn't go on any social media, messaging anybody, nothing.
So you couldn't talk, or you couldn't even post your opinion on social media? No. So not to go within 100 metres of Australia Park Hotel, not to engage in any protest activities, not to publish any information or data online. They took away your ability to even discuss this topic. How did you do that?
They put on the details about me being arrested, my name, my address, my age, but they've never once said everything was blocked.
They kept you under these conditions, which limited your ability to use the internet, or to talk about this issue, or to protest, or to walk your dogs down the end of your road.
I had no freedom, did I?
So you didn't do nothing wrong, you were convicted of nothing, you're actually proving that you shouldn't have been arrested, and your work sacked. Somebody can be it's no longer a free country. It's not. Free speech is finished.
I've lost all respect for the police. It makes me feel angry towards the police.
We are the general public, and if you are saying things that they don't like, they can't fail.
There's a political ideology in the policing that's totally different when I was there.
It's opened my eyes, and I will never look back. I still would do it today. I would still go there and protest for my rights, for my children's rights, for my safety.
Depending on your ideological stance, the police will arrest Twitter or X users for mean tweets, criticism of identity politics, and even memes. If you're consistent and hold dear that this country was built on the foundation of the battle of ideas, when this is diminished, where you sit politically becomes obsolete.
Freedom of movement, freedom of speech. I'm not sure we have those.
anymore in this country. Certainly not to the extent that people think we have, and certainly those freedoms and rights are under threat as they've never been before.
I disagree with every word you said, but I will go for death to defend your right to sit. I think that's very important. And I think we want to remember it. And I think we want to live it. You see, allowing people to speak freely runs the risk that government policies will be scrutinised and criticised. It also runs the risk that government's intent and their incompetence will be exposed.
In my High Court ruling of 2020, Mr Justice Knowles gave the starkest warning about the current state of policing. He said, in this country, we have never had a Stasi, a Cheki, or a Gestapo. I think that what Mr Justice Knowles saw was a trajectory. I think that he saw that without intervention, without activism, without political change, that we were heading toward a police force which was a political police force that would judge people not based upon whether they had or had not committed a criminal offence, but would go up against people because they held the wrong political views.
I've now got 2 police officers and a mental health nurse coming to see me because I went to the church and spoke to my local priest about what happened to the bishop in Australia and said, are we Christians supposed to take a stand? I'm not calling for violence or anything like that. I never once said that. There's no allegation. Now look again. Just for the benefit of everyone that's going to see this is discrimination against Christians right now. Because if I was Islamic and I said anything along their lines, you wouldn't care. You allow hate preachers in this country to preach the killing of homosexuals and now you're on my door because I said Christians need to take a stand. I ain't calling for violence. I'm just calling to take a stand. Because I've got a mental health nurse and 2 PCs, not PCSOs, come to my house. That's why.
The modus operandi of the state is clear. First, they ridicule you, demonise, ostracise you. Then they deplatform you, they debank you. Then they use lawfare. They use lawfare to persecute you with the law. Then they change the law. Just to try and get you, they literally change the law. And as with my arrest last November, then they just ignore the law. They lie. They fabricate charges and impose bail conditions to restrict where you can go, what you can do, who you can talk to. And for all of this, of course, they bankrupt you. They target you financially. There is nothing more dangerous than a person who has nothing left to lose.
I mean, once the establishment move against you, their reach is absolutely immense. Life starts getting very difficult once you go against the narrative.
Why have you been arrested? Because our right is down. Hamas is terrorist organization. That's it. That's it. What did it say? What did it say on your side? What did it say on your side?
When they attack me, when they assault me, I never assault back,
You never react. In the video, you get violently attacked.
Yeah, never
you always put your hands up.
Yeah.
Have the police been there when at times that you've been attacked?
Many times. Always police is there. When they come, they see, they still attacking me. They still assaulted me. They saying, yeah, you should live here. When you want to come back again, we arrested you.
They give you dispersal.
Exactly. In UK law, terrorist
support for a terrorist organisation.
Exactly. Someone when showing that supporting their terrorist organisation going to be 14-year prison. They show what they do, harassing me and pushing me back.
When the police are there and people are violently attacking you, have the police arrested any of those people at the time?
Never. They never reacted them.
In this video, 2 people are attacking you from the front. Your leg,
yeah? Yeah.
One of them has smashed you.
Yeah.
So you're standing there, and from behind he's hit you with a weapon, yeah?
Wood. From back.
From behind. So from behind your leg, and obviously look, this is a serious cut. Your leg's been cut open. When the police have turned up and this is happening, what were the police's actions to the men that were attacking you?
Nothing.
They violently attack you and the police then attack you.
And especially when I de-arrested, I saw the guy which is attacking me. I told to police, the officer, I told him, he assaulted me. I saw him. He assaulted me.
And there's now evidence.
He laughed. He laughed and go. They should be supporting law. They should be,
enforcing law.
Enforcing law, yeah.
But they're not.
They're not. Right now, the UK and British people and the British police officer, they know. They kill our free speech.
Do you believe, with what you've experienced in Iran and what you're now seeing in London, do you believe there will be an attempt of revolution?
Too many Iranian people in Iran saying that.
Saying it's the same.
That's going to be happen when the British people stay silent.
And this is partly why you're speaking out.
Exactly. It's my future. It's our future.
That is Nayak Gorbani. He's from Iran. He is all too familiar with police brutality. Arrested for holding a banner announcing UK government policy. The Hamas are a terrorist organisation. They actually are prescribed as a terrorist organisation. They arrest and continue to persecute him because they can't cope with the Hamas-loving protesters. Rather than deal with the problem, they arrest and prosecute the people highlighting the problem. Enoch Powell said over half a century ago, above all, people are disposed to mistake predicting troubles for causing troubles and even for desiring troubles. If only they love to think. If only people wouldn't talk about it, it probably wouldn't happen. So rather than deal with the people causing the trouble, what he's saying is they deal with the people talking about the trouble. And if all these tactics fail to silence the dissidents, well,
according to UNESCO, almost 100 journalists were killed in 2018. Hundreds are imprisoned. And when media workers are targeted, societies as a whole pay a price.
Saudi state television reporting this evening that journalist Jamal Khashoggi is dead.
Well, the prison service has announced that the jailed Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny has died. In a statement, it said he felt unwell after a walk and almost immediately lost consciousness.
Danny Casolero was found dead over the weekend in a motel in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Local authorities quickly ruled his death a suicide by the fall guy. I mean, he'd been set up.
A man under pressure, he'd once said, I will probably be found dead in the woods. Within days of this appearance at the committee, that's exactly what happened.
Every dissident gets assassinated, but we are all to be re-educated. A key part of a totalitarian state is the re-education of dissidents, those who will not submit and will not comply. You have to be sent to diversity training. You've been taught about your white privilege. You might have been given unconscious bias training to teach you about the prejudice you didn't even know you held.
This online presenter-led training course is the perfect introduction to equality and diversity in the workplace for both employees and employers to help them work towards legal compliance. It covers the protected characteristics, the different types of discrimination, stereotyping, allyship, positive action, and it explores equality, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
You all know, whether you're in education or work, you can't speak freely. And if you do speak freely, if you do voice the wrong views, you'll find out pretty quickly you've got a problem. So, how long have we got until people who resisted mandated medical treatments, people who want an end to mass immigration, people who believe only a woman can give birth, and everyone with a penis is a bloke? How long till you have your freedom taken and you're sent for re-education, just like the Uyghur Muslims, until you repent and you comply?
Right now, there are over 3 million people in concentration camps in East Turkestan. The government will say that those numbers are exaggerated, that they are re-educating Muslim terrorists and political dissidents. But it is a lie.
There are ideas that are right, And the state decides exactly what those ideas are. Anything else is viewed as dissent, and dissent must be crushed.
We are going to get to a point where more ordinary people who right now they're complacent and they're busy with their own lives, they're going to see what's going to happen, and at that point it's going to be potentially too late. The reason we're actually criticising the establishment is because we want them to be better. We're not anarchists. We want to prevent any sort of upcoming civil war, but at that point it might be too late.
And as Winston Churchill said, the truth, you can deride it, you can criticise it, you can ridicule it, but at the end of the day it's still there, and it is the truth.
Alternative views. That runs the risk of awakening people to their failures, to their moral bankruptcy and the corruption of the government's policies, exposing the agendas of those who are supposed to be serving us, highlighting that the government's actions, they may not be in the best interests of freedom-loving citizens. They want control over every aspect of your life. Where you go, how far you travel, what you eat, what you spend your money on, who you meet, what you say. You see, in a totalitarian state, scrutiny, it cannot be allowed. Agendas and corruptions are hidden. Accountability is dead. Failure is hidden. And there are so many failures. The failure of invading Iraq, which destabilised the entire Middle East. It radicalised a generation of Muslims and unleashed 20 years of Islamic-inspired mayhem across the world. The failure to stop illegal immigration and its disastrous effects on our society. The failure to reduce legal migration. Action. It's worse than failure. For decades, successive governments have implemented ideology-driven policies that drive massive immigration without a clue or a care about the impact on our society and our culture. The UK population grew by 750,000 in 2023 alone. Their failure with COVID, they shut down the country. They took away our rights and our freedoms. They flirted with compelling medical treatment, destroyed businesses and lives, and told themselves they were fabulous at the same time, patted themselves on the back for these failures. The truth, of course, they caused the inflation we suffer by printing money, continually printing money. And don't ask questions about excess deaths, miscarriages, stillbirths, cancers, heart disease, and vaccine efficacy and safety. The failure to reject net zero, the Marxist anti-capitalist dogma that will drive millions into poverty and hardship. They embrace unilateral economic disarmament. They can't stop the tide, they can't stop an earthquake, a hurricane, or even a strong breeze. And yet they want us to believe if they tax us more, they'll be able to stop the climate from changing. And just like with COVID, the fools that lead us, they say they're following the science. They say they're following the science in order to shut down the voices of esteemed scientists who cry out that climate change is nonsense. You just follow the money on that one. The failure to reject gender ideology. This really should be easy for them. But the fools that lead us struggle to say what a woman is, and as a result, the destructive forces seeking to dismantle reality and society run rampant. Thousands of British children are told there are more than two genders, and boys can be girls, and girls can be boys. Let's be clear, there aren't, and they can't.
Well, it's a report that's rocked Britain. It's called Asleep at the Wheel, and it's found that children are being seriously compromised over the spread of trans ideology in schools. Now, among the findings were that at least 28% of secondary schools do not have single-sex toilets, and some 60% of students are allowed to participate in whatever sport they like, regardless of whether they match that gender. Only 39 out of 154 schools replied to researchers that they would inform parents if a child said they wanted to change their gender. Some 87 schools said they would tell the parents.
Today, as part of the World Book Day celebrations, we've been hosting sessions from Drag Queen Storytime.
If you want to wear an item of clothing that makes you happy, please do it. It's just one person in one outfit, and you just got to learn to love everybody.
If you want to change a culture, if you want to destroy a culture, The place to start is teacher training. And when you think of it, to permeate the whole curriculum with issues of gender, race and class, it does exactly that.
Mass psychosis and gender dysphoria destroys so many vulnerable children's lives. With failure to achieve peace, they squandered the opportunity for peace that came from the collapse of the Soviet Union. They reduce the geopolitical discourse to a Punch and Judy show. They want us to believe Putin is entirely evil and the West is Santa Claus. But people know about their broken promises. Then ex-Soviet nations join NATO and join the European Union. People know the CIA caused the Maidan revolution to get rid of the pro-Russian leader of Ukraine. People know about the West's biological warfare laboratories across Ukraine. I'm not on Putin's side, but our leaders orchestrate conflict and take us towards war. So why is the government implementing a totalitarian state? Because they're terrified of their failures being exposed. While our leaders tremble and hide in their Westminster bunkers, the people of Britain, who they're supposed to be serving, they live and die with the consequences of government failures. So many failures.
We could be looking at the decay of Western civilization.
So, to the leaders of our nation, the people elected to serve us, the people, your lust for power and your moral cowardice created this mess. Without pride or confidence in our nation, you cower in fear and you facilitate every ideology that comes along. You took the knee to the Marxists of Black Lives Matter. You embraced immorality of the transgender movement. You watch as men dressed as women read to primary school children and pump sexualised material into their little minds. You drank the Kool-Aid on climate change when Nobel Prize winning scientists say it's bullshit. And you cower like cowards before Islam. These ideologies seek to tear down our society, our culture and our heritage. You are paralysed with fear, or you join them out of the fear of what might happen if you don't. What have you done to foster equality under the law, democracy and liberty? What have you done to protect our precious cultural inheritance, of which you are the custodians? What have you done to protect our borders? What have you done to protect our daughters from 50 years of rape and torture at the hands of Islamic gangs? What have you done to defend the sovereignty of the United Kingdom against malign influence of undemocratic, unaccountable bodies like the European Union, United Nations, the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum? What have you done to protect the rights of those who actually oppose you? What have you done to stand with the people of Britain for common sense? What have you done for our economy? You set fire to the House, now you want credit for trying to put out that fire. What have you done to educate our children? You poisoned their minds with evil nonsense. You have done nothing at all. In your lust for power, you seek to take our freedoms. And in your moral cowardice, you failed to speak out and stand against the evil ideologies that want to wreak havoc on our beautiful country. You underestimate the human spirit. We are a free people. You cannot take that freedom away. We will fight to preserve it, and our love for freedom will always conquer your lust for power. Your tyranny will fail. And as for the rest of us, the people of Great Britain, we are perilously close to becoming a totalitarian state. We already have two-tier policing, a politicised judiciary and controlled media. They take money to push narratives. Resistance to the narrative is costly, and the more costly it becomes, the fewer people will speak out. And despite the appearance of a liberal society, our democracies, our cultural inheritance, our real equality and democracy, and our liberty, they are crumbling before our eyes. If Western governments learned anything in recent years, they've learned that fear is an effective tool of control. And many people appear willing to give up their freedoms for a promise of safety, or even just a little extra convenience. And by the way, the totalitarian state will try and displace all previous traditions, and it will try to redefine reality itself. This totalitarianism demands we all embrace a set of so-called progressive beliefs, which are in fact incompatible with reality. Let's just take one example, that there's a massive threat from the so-called far right, when the reality is 90% of the people on the terrorist watch list are followers of Islam. Or mass immigration and multiculturalism is a great idea. Or there's over 100 genders because we say there are. And what will come next? Sex with little children is just another form of sexual expression? It will not be long before denouncing paedophilia is demonised, as was the Marxist-Leninist dogma of the early 20th century. Lonely, hopeless, angry people who have given up on our leaders, and who can blame them? And desperate for a purpose, a promise of something better, a place to belong. They are desperate, if you like, for a new religion. Today, the new religion may appeal to people's desire for a just society, a society that liberates victims of historical oppression. It may appeal to people's fear of global warming, their desire to save the planet for humanity. The pretext is always altruistic, care and concern. But the reality requires demonising individuals who dissent and persecuting out-of-favour groups. In reality, concern for the oppressed or for humanity is lost under a wave of hate for tradition and anyone who challenges the so-called progressive dogma of the day. And the state uses manufactured crisis and the threat of chaos to implement new measures and take away more of your freedoms. Again, it's for your own good. There has been no violent revolution, but the revolution has occurred. It is complete. Hate-filled progressive groups and ideas have infiltrated our schools and our universities. Their graduates have entered the corporate world and the public sector. They run the media. You may think you have the right views, but if we are to learn anything from Alexander Solzhenitsyn, there is no way of knowing what charges will be brought against you. No one knows what's happening tomorrow. There is a permanent and ever-shifting inquisition. So watch out. We can expect the battle for our society, for our cultural inheritance, to get worse before it gets better. Because tyrants do not want to give up their power easily. But as with the hard totalitarianism of communist Russia and China, which depended on people's fear of challenging their lies and unreality, so it is with the insanity of the world today. We must continue to speak the truth. More people must stand up and speak out. The stakes could not be higher. If we lose our freedom to speak, the freedom to think will become the next casualty. Scrutiny dies and tyranny reigns. Thank you.
Next event on July the 27th in London.
Right. Is that working? No. Hello, that's better. We up? Thank you, everyone. Look, I know you've given us your time. I know it's been a long day so far. You've all come here. I can't literally stand here and take all the gratitude for making these films because there's a team of us at Urban Scoop. I'd like to thank Aidan, who's put this film together, made it the artistic work that it was. Thank you, Bob. and every other volunteer and team member behind the scenes that has worked with us. We've got multiple documentaries in the making, and if you're watching this at home, if you're one of the people who've supported our work at Urban Scoop, whether it be for Panodrama, The Rape of Britain, the Hope Not Hate expose, Nick Rolls, the Hope Not Hate expose, our Irish documentary, or today, you make it possible. So we wouldn't be able to create any of this content if it wasn't for you. Now, let me get this out. If you're watching this at home, I'll talk at the end about the next date we'll meet up again, yeah? But if you're watching this, Mark Rowley must resign. You have failed this city. Mark Rowley is responsible for all the scenes that we have seen. The politicised policing, where the Metropolitan Police Force run away from jihadists. They let anti-Semitism out of control every Saturday. They allow crime, they do nothing, and then they smash their truncheons against patriots, members of our armed forces, just trying to pay their respects on Armistice Day. Sign the petition at Mark Rowley. How's about that, eh? ResignMarkRowley.com. Right? Thank you. We've got some more people who want to give you a message. The next lady, someone who I've watched. I enjoy her content. She's brilliant. Let's play her message to you all now, yeah? It's June Slater.
It was a hard enough fight trying to leave the European Union. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd have to fight to leave my own front door. Or fight not to have a new drug put into my arm I knew so little about. Or watch care workers get sacked, 40,000 of them, for wanting to exercise the same caution. I never thought I'd see media figures, celebrities, and politicians over-exaggerate claims and effects and benefits of a drug they knew so little about. I never thought I'd see us taxed and fined and have energy prices so high on the road to net zero when countries like China, the biggest offender, are allowed to continue and grow their use of fossil fuels because of a one-line agreement in the Paris Accord. They receive foreign aid from countries like us who are crippling themselves. I never thought I'd see another country's flags waved on the streets of Britain so prolifically as we do right now. And I never thought all my taxes would be sent out to the military-industrial complex to create weapons for other people's wars. Most people I know don't want war. Most people I know want a decent country. We want our needs addressing here.
Neither political party is interested in that. So it's up
to our needs, and that's what's happening today. We're trying to get the establishment to realise that people are not going to put up with this. We do not need tyranny. We can run our own lives. We're all individuals with our own dreams and goals. We are not one size fits all. Never give up. We are winning. Because it's not just the activists, the bloggers and the protesters. This situation is being discussed in the supermarkets, the taxi ranks and the bus queues. Everybody knows there's something wrong and there's something we can do about it. We are greater in numbers, and once we decide enough is enough, it's enough.
Thank you, Jude. 703,000 people are currently watching us live. We are the people. This country is a Christian country. This country is a Christian country. I stopped going to church. Many of the leaders of our churches are out of touch with the people. They've sold us out. They've destroyed their own reputation. I think if every church leader was like the man you're about to hear from today, the churches would be full again.
It's Father Calvin Robinson here.
First of all, congratulations on getting this thing together. It's a fantastic start of the movement on the 1st of June. I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person. I had a prior engagement, but I'm with you in spirit because I think this is vital. Getting the country together, not just a right versus left issue, but a Britain versus everything else issue. We have seen in this country our values eroded over the past 10 to 20 years, and our faith has been at the core of that. England has always been a Christian country. There will be people that say, no, it was pagan, blah, blah, blah. No, England, since its foundation as a country, has always been a Christian country. And that's important because it's kind of formed who we are as a people. And from our laws, to our values, to our culture, to our language, all of it comes from the Christian faith. It's all from that same foundation, such as the common law system that we have, where an Englishman's home is his castle. And we should be free to do as we please as long as we're not breaking the law. We don't have the active law system that they have in the EU and the US as an example. But what we're seeing is we take Christ out of education, academia, our legal system, the courts, parliament. As we take Christ out of all of these things, this tale that we've been told is that we could fill them with secularism, we could have political neutrality, and that all ideas would be treated equal. But that is a lie. We know that to be a lie. When you take something else has to go in to fill its place. Nature abhors a vacuum. And what we've seen fully avoid is Mohammedanism. Mohammedanism, despite what the liberals tell you, is counter to our way of life. It's contradictory to British values, to Christian values. Where Islam tells you to kill your enemy, Christianity tells you to die of yourself. It is a very, very different concept. The Christian faith is about love, faith, hope and love. The Islamic cult is a death cult, founded by a warmongering paedophile. Let's be honest. I'm not saying this to be offensive, it's true. This is the truth. We've spouted around this for so long out of fear of causing offence. We have to stop being afraid of causing offence because our country is being torn apart as a result. The truth is, there are many, many people in this country that want to turn it into an Islamic caliphate. And I don't want Britain to become an Islamic caliphate. I don't want England to become an Islamic caliphate. I look at countries that are predominantly Mohammedan and I see that people are thrown off roofs for having the wrong sort of lifestyle. Women are not allowed to drive or learn and have to cover their faces with all but the letterbox of the niqab. It's wrong. It's inappropriate, it's wrong, and it's not in our way of life. The English way has always been freedom of religion, so that people can worship however they want. The problem there has been that it was always assumed that we'd be worshipping the Christian God, and that is no longer the case, which means that people are worshipping this warmongering paedophile, probably under demonic influence, and it's tearing apart at the seams. So what is the answer to that? The answer to that is return to Christianity, return to Christ. And there are many, many people on our side who do not have the faith, but still see the importance of Christianity. To leave you with a message, I will not call it Muslim. I will not use the word Muslim. Muslim means true believer. They are not true believers. People who worship or who follow Muhammad are not true believers of God. Just as when they say Allah Akbar, it doesn't mean God is great, it means God is greater. These are claims of dominance. This Islamic faith is centered on taking over. The whole premise is to invade a land and to turn it into a caliphate for Islam. It is to get Sharia everywhere. We don't want Sharia. I don't want Sharia. I won't speak for you if you don't want Sharia. We all need to stand up and say, you do not want Sharia in this country. And so our politicians have not been listening. They've been importing Mohammedans for a long, long time. Don't know what the reason behind that is, but I can see that there are Christians who are being persecuted in southern Sudan, northern Nigeria, Artsakh, Armenia, China even. All across the world, Christians are being persecuted, but they're not being helped to come to Britain. So if the politicians think, yeah, we need more immigrants for whatever reason, be it GDP, jobs, whatever reason they give, at least they could have been importing people with our values, but they haven't. They've been importing people who are hostile to our values, people who hate us and hate our way of life. which we can speculate all day as to why, but we've seen the fruits of that. We've seen that young, white, British, working class girls are being raped, abused, and even sometimes killed because they're not seen as an ordinary human to these people. In their culture, it's acceptable. The Pakistani Muslim rape gangs have been covered up by the establishment for far too long, from every level, from the local councillors to the parliamentarians to the police forces. It's been covered up every way from the councillors. And why? For the sake of diversity, inclusion, and equality. And I think it's time we said, actually, we don't want to be diverse. To be diverse means to remove something to replace it with something else. We don't want to remove Christianity. We don't want to remove Britishness or Englishness to replace it with a foreign hostile ideology. We don't want to be inclusive of everything. Not all ideas are equal. We live in a society, and we have to contribute to that society. Men contribute in different ways to women, but all of us contribute together to building this kingdom that we live in. And that needs to be recognised again. We need to ignore people who are saying that men and women are the same, because men and women have different gifts. We need to ignore people who are saying that every culture is the same, because every culture is different, and some are better than others. And of course, we need to get back to that recognition that diversity, inclusion, and equality is harmful for our country. Let's rip that out, rip out wokeness, rip out Islam, and put Christianity back at the forefront. Let's remind ourselves who we are as a people. We're a Christian people. We believe in the Christian God. We believe in faith, hope, and love. We believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for us, because we are sinners, and he died for that reason, to offer us, he rose again to offer us eternal salvation, that we might live forever in him. That is a wonderful blessing, a wonderful gift that he presents to us, and we are the ones who have to accept it by repenting of our sins and acknowledging faith in him. And to do that, to repent of our sins, we need to repent of all this for the last 20 years, this mass immigration, this mass importing of people that hate us, this self-hatred that a lot of people in this country have at the moment. We need to repent of all of that, and we need to reclaim our Christian nation for once and for all. So thank you to everyone who's gathered today. Thank you to everyone who's helped organise it, and I hope there's another one soon, and I can't wait to be with you all. God bless you, and let's put Christ back in our hearts, back in the heart of our nation.
Calvin Robinson. Yes. Now, I'm going to show you some images on the screen. I want you to give me your opinion, very vocally, of the people you're about to see. Let's go.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck.
Show some love for Katie Hopkins, eh? She's got some words to say to you.
Lovely lot. Thank you for being there with Tommy today. You know what? It is madness out there at the moment, isn't it? Absolute insanity. You're supposed to believe that the world is on fire, that Arthur can be Martha just by tucking his knob in his stance. And you're supposed to believe that the little nipple-head mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, represents decent Londoners. Well, we know that none of that is true, for the benefit of any lefty twat-spaggles from the media hiding in amongst our good people today. Let me say a few things that I believe very clearly, and of course no one else is required to agree with me or share my views. But I believe that freedom is God-given. No one has the right to take it away. I believe there are only two genders, male and female. I believe a parent has the responsibility for their child, and that child should be left to be a child for as long as is humanly possible. And I believe government must be small, of the people, for the people, by the people, and the only purpose of government is to ensure your liberty and your happiness. I believe all of those things, and I will not apologise for any of them. Say these things, you lovely people have been labelled in every label under the sun: conspiracy theorists, anti-vaxxers, racists. But of course, these people who label you lesser men were hoping you would shut up and go away. But we will not shut up, and we will not go away. And you guys have been proved right over and over again. Right about the managed decline of Britain. Right about the net zero mafia. Right about the pandemic. Right about the need to stand up for our Christian culture. Others choose to join. You have been proven right. And there is no pleasure in being right about these things, but there is power. The power of knowing that you were true to yourself when all others complied. The power of finding this new family of yours on the road, all around you, all good people who you can rely on. And the power of the attitude that you now have carved into your jawbone that says, don't mess with me. And I love it. Be optimistic, good people. In the end, we win. The truth always does. You alone, like you were the only one, that you were isolated, that no one else thought the way you did. But that was never true. Let me reassure you here from the road that you are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together. Go on.
We are legion, we are many.
I believe any culture movement that is formed for a culture has to involve Kate Hawkins. To the mainstream media, let me read you the headline from the Daily Mail today. Tommy Robinson leads football hooligans in London in massive protest. Daily Mail. Miracle has had 68 shares. We're currently live to 750,000 people. You no longer have the monopoly. You have no power. I am not going to miss this opportunity with this audience who are listening. If you're watching this live, I want you to listen to each person we introduce. I want you to follow them, to support them. Elon Musk gave me back my voice. Thank you. But Elon Musk hasn't just given me a voice. Citizen journalism is the answer to the corrupt media. Okay? I'm going to ask people to come up now. As they come up, we're going to start with the Voice of Wales. Voice of Wales, come here. Go and start. Come here, where's the live camera there? Tell people who you are and where they can follow you.
Yeah, so I think it's time, is it? Don't know if it's time, it takes its time. So, keeping it short, we're Voice of Wales. The main place to find us these days is X, and it is at VO Wales Official for our official account. Stan? Yours is? I haven't got a clue. Stan's is at Stan VO Wales as well. You can find us on Rumble, Voice of Wales, and you can find us at our website, voiceofwales.com, and we're live every Tuesday and Thursday with lots of guests. Thank you. Come remember! What's happening? Welsh and proud, they say. Go on, boys. Everyone should be proud of their country and who they are. Right, Street Mike, where are you? Come on, up you get. Make sure if you're watching this live, if you're playing it back at home, you follow these people. Take the power away from the media. If the mainstream media are watching this, you're not the media anymore, right? You're not. Introduce yourself, brother.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Wendell Daniel, and can I begin by saying, as an Englishman, I'm proud to be here, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tommy. It's been a brilliant day, and follow me. If you don't follow me, I don't care.
but I report what goes on out there on the streets, and I love it. Sorry, go on YouTube, you can find me Street Night live stream. I will be at Speaker's Corner tomorrow, 1 till 5 p.m.
Carl Benjamin noticing, is he still here? Carl, is he coming up? This is the only way we take the power away from them, okay? Carl? Carl? Hey folks. It's just been a hell of a day, isn't it? Look at the sea of people. Like tens of thousands of you. It's incredible to see. My name's Carl Benjamin. You can follow me on Twitter, Simon Ricard, or go to lotuseats.com, sign up for £5 a month, help us out, make sure we can keep doing our work to support this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Carl has been fighting a culture war for years. James Harvey, where are you? James Harvey, come on. Introduce yourself, bro. Hello! Bloody hell, the amount of faces here is absolutely incredible! So I'm the leader of a group called Students Against Tyranny. We are leading the youngsters against all of this woke, progressive nonsense! You can follow me on Telegram, Students Against Tyranny Official, and Twitter at James Harvey 2503. Thank you. Where's Jono Jones? Sydney, you go. Introduce yourself, Jono.
I'm Sydney. I run a channel called Jono Jones 05. I mostly focus on transgenderism in children and how I'm against that. I refuse to let my generation become corrupt. You can find me at Jono Jones 05 on YouTube, Twitter, basically anywhere.
Resistance GB, where are you? Here we go, Rod, come on, up you come. Oh, hold on, look my school round.
The reason I got started on all of this was because back in 2020, our government decided they could lock up people without a court order, without them having committed a crime, without a fair trial. I saw thousands of people stand up for our freedom. And what did the mainstream media report? They reported that you good people were thugs. They reported that you attacked the police when I saw them beating you with batons. I went down to the court and I heard the Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales, when he was looking at whether the lockdowns were legal, talk not about the science, not about the evidence, but what he saw in the Times newspaper. Do we want to be governed by this filthy, smear-mongering mainstream media? Since then, I've been beaten up, maced, brutalised, assaulted, threatened and intimidated for doing journalism and bringing people the truth. And I am glad that this man here is out doing journalism, and I'm glad to see so many people reporting the truth now. We have to replace the mainstream media. We must bring back truth. And may I say, we need to free a man called Julian Assange! Thank you very much. My name is Will Castle from Resistance GP. Please subscribe to us on Twitter, Telegram, Odyssey, and anywhere else. YouTube, we've got 5,000 people going right now. So I think with all of these numbers, you're not just at 750,000. I think you might be at 1 million, Tommy. The media are the cancer, and we are the cure. And we're not going anywhere. Alan Merritt, where are you, bro? Come on, Alan. Introduce yourself. Guys, I hope you know me from my child abuse experience as a child abuse survivor. All my family were abused in state welfare. You know, I call this place Westminster, and I go around the country speaking at events as a survivor of historic child abuse. The little boy inside me could not speak. The adult in me will speak and will carry on speaking. Save our children, follow me, YouTube, Wake Up UK, and TikTok. We're going to shout out to Buster as well. My he's coming up. Lewis, come on. Lewis Blackpool.
Well, I wasn't expecting this. I don't really get out of the house that much. So, my name's Lewis Brackpool. I've been a journalist, independent journalist for 3 years now, and I'm going to admit to something, actually. I used to dislike you. I believed the crap that the mainstream media posted about you and everyone else. But then I realised they're lying. They're lying to each and every one of you, and that's why citizen journalism is so important. So important. So thank you to everyone here that has come out today and shown your support, and every single journalist here that has reported the truth today. Now I can stand here and promote my own social media, but there is one person that actually I really want to promote today. And it is one person that will never turn his face from you, even if you're at your lowest. And his name is Jesus Christ. Thank you very much.
Where's Hal? Hal? You alright? Okay. How's the vote? Peter, where are you? Come on.
Thank you. My name is Peter McElvenna. I've been running Hearts of Oak for the last 4.5 years. And why? Because it is our to speak truth. I mean, I've worked in this place for 12 years for Lord Pearson, someone who is fearless in the House of Lords and the only person who will speak on Islam. I've also the pleasure of working for Gerard Batten. One of the, when you meet politicians, you realise there is ego in many politicians. You meet Gerard and there is zero ego. He wants to do what is right for this country, and that's an example for us all. But the reason why I do Hearts of Oak is simply truth, because we need to speak truth and we no longer know what truth is about. I echo what Lewis says, but unless we understand what it means to have truth and what truth means, we will go further and further adrift. But you can find us every Monday, Thursday, Saturday. We are at Hearts of Oak UK on Twitter, X, and heartsofoak.org.
And the representative of the next company is from Rebel Media. Ezra Levan turning from a football hooligan into a journalist. Thank you, Ezra. Alexa, introduce yourself then.
I think I'm the most exotic person here in the crowd. Hello, I'm from Montreal, and I'm the French reporter for Rebel. I don't know if you know Rebel News, but yeah, great. So if you want to watch the report, it will be available at battleforlondon.com. And if you want to follow us, of course, like we have YouTube, Rumble, we have our website, rebelnews.com. And for my Twitter, you can also follow me at The Voice Alexa. Wow, is it me? I'm doing like some interference. It's crazy. Oh, I think it's my microphone. Oh, okay, so I'm speaking like that. But thank you for being there.
Now, a gentleman who's become a good friend of mine, he's flown over from the United States of America. Big Don, come on. You want to see the size of his triceps? Hello, England! People always ask me, why do you care so much about Tommy Robinson in England? It's because your plight is our plight. Everything that's happening to you is happening in the United States right now. I want you guys to know that Tommy Robinson is a national treasure. And I hope you protect him as such and appreciate him as such. The lawfare that they're doing to Tommy Robinson now is the same thing they're doing to our former president, Donald Trump. Tommy and you guys are representative of what's going on in the Western culture right now. It's going on all over the West. We have to fight back. We have to fight back starting now. If you're at home watching, if you're not fighting, if you're not standing up, if you're not speaking, you have to raise your voices. We have to take back the West. Thank you, Tommy Robinson. Thank you for being a great patriot. You can follow me at Real Don Keith on X, and Instagram, The Real Beef Don Keith on Facebook. Thank you very much. Siraj, where's Siraj? Here we go, Ben.
Andrew again. I'm Gerard. My channel is called Actual Coverage, and I started in 2020 when the lockdown happened. But I never trusted the media for years, for decades. Like, I remember when I was 18, that's when I realised they're lying, because all of a sudden I'm paying tax. But the penny dropped during lockdown, and I realised that, look, it's getting very serious now, and very quickly I refused to comply. And I was like, I'm not complying with this bullshit. And I came out just like all of you. I see a lot of people who are there with me too. And then we all saw the media. 100 people turn up, 1,000 people turn up. It was the biggest protest in UK history. And then I heard the stories from the people next to me, horrible stories. And I was just thinking, that should have been filmed. So I had a little GoPro, and I went out and I started doing it, and I haven't stopped. And now we're all here. And what's amazing is I see everybody who started with me, and they're all here. And after 4 years, like, it's the first time somebody asked me to actually come on stage, come behind the barrier, and get some recognition, not just to me, but for everybody, because we're all doing our own little things. So, thank you, Tommy, and thank you, everybody involved in the team, for actually doing this, because there's a lot of unsung heroes here who are just grafting, and we're fighting. So, thank you very much. And what follow me, actual coverage, right? It's on everything, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, Telegram, and YouTube, but that's a dying place. Fuck YouTube, exactly. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your peaceful day. Right?
And another lad who you're all going to have seen as well, Nyack. In our documentary.
Real London. I'm a freedom fighter, actually. You can find me in police stations there. Unfortunately. Thank you so much for standing with Tommy Robinson today. Actually, you're standing for your country, for your future. We Iranian, when we have some people like Tommy Robinson in 1979, we never lost our country, and Islamism never come to power. Thank you, and never forget, if you stay silent, you don't have a place to run away. We have place
like UK, you know, we coming here in UK and you give us opportunity to live and in a freedom country, but they use freedom against you, British patriot. Just never forget, never give them opportunity to use these things against you. Thank you so much.
Right, two more. I know we had the earlier time today, yeah? HAFEZ, happy combo.
Thank you guys, thank you everyone. Wow, this is amazing. I'm just some small guy, I'm just a guy in the street. I am another Iranian though, I will say this. And all I have to say is look to us, the Iranians, the Christian Syrians, the Christian Egyptians. We are the canary down the minefield of what could happen to these societies. I've been warning about the dangers of Islam for 20 years and people keep saying, no, it's peaceful. Finally, it has happened. It's in your streets. Eventually, it'll be in your schools. It'll be in your children's schools, and you will see it. Please take note of where we came from, because we don't want our countries to be Islamists. We don't want our countries to be dominated by an Islamic mullah regime or a caliphate, and that is the future that I foresee in this country, given the birth rates, given the immigration rates. I know this, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but this crowd is unbelievable. I love the flags. I love the fact that I feel I'm still in England. I'm still in England. You can follow me on HAFEZ Reflects on YouTube, Pakistan UK on Twitter or X. But thank you Tommy, for everything you do.
Make sure if you're one of the people watching this, you slow down these videos, you follow every single one of them, you like their content and you support them. The next girl was flown in today from Australia. AW Today, Anna, come on. Introduce yourself.
And we're from the Aussie Wire AW.today. How is everyone doing? No, I've been speaking to a bunch of people in the crowd. We've been doing interviews on the ground, just getting coverage for the channel. And I think the main sentiment, the main takeaway from today is everyone loves their country. Everyone just wants the best for Britain. And I think that's a powerful thing. I think that's a really good thing. And it's really great to see everyone here. So yeah, pardon? So everyone, Anna McGovern UK on Twitter, or the Aussie Wire AW.today is our name. So you can find us on all social media platforms. Thank you.
And now, some of them I watched a lot of. I really like their content. I think if there was an award to give today for what I'd call Citizen Journalist of the Year, it'd be Mayor Toosey. Come on, Toosey.
No. The establishment out there and the far left want people to think that this gathering is an angry group just being anti-things and complaining about things. But this event is about also getting together. Look at the crowd, look at the Scottish flag, Welsh flags, English flags, of course Union flags, Iranian flags, Israeli flags, American flags. This is about sending a positive message, about actually fighting for our values and the British natives fighting for their identity. The problem we have is that for a long time, liberal secular society, which as a foundation is a good idea, but it's gone too far, because liberal secular society can only work if you have the foundation of traditional values. And if you become complacent, you lose it. There was once a country that was free, and it was a liberal secular society, until 1979, when the Islamic occupiers took over. Because the people in the country were complacent, they thought they would always have freedom. That country was Iran. Do not turn Britain into another Iran. Now, this kingdom is a family. Whether you were born here or not, treat it as a family. If you're a British native, fight for your values. If you're a guest and a newcomer, respect the identity of the society. It doesn't matter, I don't care what your skin color is or your color of your hair, or if your pronouns are avo and cardo. You must treat it as a family. Now, I also have a message to all the British Christians out there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a crisis of birth rates and demographics. You must start having babies. Have a lot of babies. In fact, straight after this event, go and have babies. And to all the men out there, don't drink too much beer because sometimes that affects it. Now, finally, the problems that we are finally talking about solutions. This is a positive campaign and movement, right? But it's not just about political issues. You can change your political parties, have a new party, have a new leader, whatever. We also have to fight the institutions and culturally across the country because people have been neglected, which means the political left for decades and decades have been infiltrating our institutions, from academia to our cultural institutions to media to the political establishment. It's time for us to do the same now. It's time for us to show them that the new media revolution is here. I was going to be claiming that we have a lot of people watching on 2CTV live right now, but Tommy is getting almost 1 million people, so well done. The point of it is, we are the media and we are doing it together. And if you want to support us, if you want to support 2CTV, of course it's on YouTube, 2CTV, or if you go on 2C.tv, the website, and support us as well. And of course support all the other independent journalists and reporters and broadcasters here as well. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Maya 2C and we media!
We're nearly there, guys. We're nearly there, yeah? Guys and girls, yeah? I'm going to show you some more images now. I want you to give a very strong and passionate reaction to the people you see. Let's hear it! Trump! Our message to Donald Trump in the United States and every American who's watching this. Your election in November is far bigger than your country, okay? Donald Trump is needed in this world to bring back peace. His leadership is needed to save the West. All of our countries are being flooded. They are destroying our cultures. They're bringing us down. It's an attack on the West. And there's only one person who's going to stop it. And you have the opportunity in November with this legend. Now, I have another friend who's American. He's travelled over. I'm going to let him say a few words quickly. And tell people where to follow you as well, bro.
Thank you, Tommy, for having me here. This is an amazing group who's fighting to have their country back. And I really just admire the enthusiasm you guys have on the front lines of Western civilization. My family fled Iran in 1979. My grandfather married a Jewish woman. His middle name was Muhammad. This was back when Iran had a good relationship with the British, Israel, and the United States. Then what happened, as some of the other speakers have said, a group of fanatics came in and took over. In Israel, where some of my family is from, in Jerusalem, they're surrounded by fanatics. On October 7th came in, essentially murdered and raped innocent women in Israel. What Tommy Robinson and all of you are doing right now is you're taking a stand against the fanaticism that's going to take over your country and make London into London-style. If you would have asked people in 1977 in Iran, did they think a revolution would happen and their country would be destroyed, they would say no. Don't think it can't happen here in England, because it can. Your country will be taken over. Those people don't respect your culture. They take advantage of your social credit welfare system. They hate you. They don't respect you. They look at you like dogs, infidels that deserve to be conquered and submitted into submission. All of you here are taking a stand, and Tommy Robinson is making British history by taking a stand and holding the fucking line against the fanaticism. Thank you for having me in this beautiful country. Make England great again.
You know what? Danny, Tomo, come in. Danny's been by my side for years, yeah? And lots of the things that have happened, Danny's always been there, always supported. St George's Day, Danny put on, I wasn't even involved in it really. So Danny, introduce him. Hello, I'm Danny Tomo. Honestly, what we did on St George's Day was beautiful, and what we've done today is we've stepped it up. This is the beginning of the end for them. They know it, it's coming. I just want to say, please get home safe after this event. Don't let them antagonise you. We're all very much. So what we've done today is making history. We're bringing back our culture, we're bringing back our religion, and we thank Jesus Christ for everything that we have done and everything we will do. Follow me on YouTube at Danny Tomo. Thank you very much. And again, we don't want to waste this opportunity. There's over 800,000 people now watching. There's someone else who I've grown as a friend, who I respect. Danny Roscoe, where are you? Here he is. Are we here to take our country back? So I represent Black White Unite, and I think today we've achieved that. We are here as one. We are here for the people, and these people over here, the establishment, who have tried for years and years to oppress us. Now they're looking out and they're saying, wow, we've got something to, we have to really think about it, because today is the day, like my friend said, that we're holding the line. Thank you. Now, I know Calvin Robinson would have always done this. So there's a couple of lads here, where are they? I want to end this event with a prayer. Go on, boys. Thank you for the honour to stand here today in front of you. See, this is a spiritual battle against the powers of darkness, and there is only one King, the light of the world, who can overcome the darkness. So pray with me like you did in Sunday school growing up. We're going to do the Lord's Prayer, and the power of God alone will set us free. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but will have everlasting life. Praise God. Where's Speaker's Corner Bob? Where is he? What place Speaker's Corner Bob? I have never seen anyone. He's coming up here now. He definitely deserves a shout out. If you want to see a strong Christian, argue Christians' points against Islamic radicals in Speaker's Corner, you have to follow this ex-man. When I listen to him talk, he turns on the fire.
Muscular Christianity.
Christ is King. There is an authority higher for us than the Parliament. There is an authority greater than us, than the liberal media, and that is our Lord Jesus Christ. And we won't surrender our heritage, our culture, or our religion to those that seek to make us second-class citizens as dhimmis in our own land. Thousands of years ago, Christians fought to defend one another against oppression and persecution. And right now, our brothers and sisters in Egypt, in Armenia, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Pakistan, are all suffering under the yoke of Sharia law. We must not allow Sharia law in the United Kingdom. We must stand with our brothers and sisters around the world in the name of Christ, because Christ unites black and white, white and Asian, Asian and American. He unites us under a single banner, the banner of the cross. And so, I say, and I want you to join with me in saying that it isn't Parliament that is king, or Charles that is king, but Christ who is king.
Christ is king!
Christ is king! Christ is king! Christ is king!
Christ is king! Christ is king! Christ is king! Christ is king!
And not that I am worthy of being followed, but if you want to watch some interesting debates, you can find my channel on Bob of Speaker's Corner on YouTube. But I'm really not worthy to share a stage with this man, who I want to give a personal thanks to, because in the north of England, as all of you well know, thousands of children were being raped, and no one was willing to talk about it until this man forced all of them to talk about it. And so I am personally grateful for what he did. And that's why I'm willing to share a stage with him. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank you. Do you know what will kill this country? Apathy. People thinking that we can't do anything. The entire next election in 4 weeks in this country is being dictated by the Islamic community, who make up 7% of the population. We have to get organised. We are the majority, okay? We need to give people something to believe in. How do we do that? I don't believe one person does that. I believe that every single person that you've seen talk today, every media person you've seen represented, and many others who wish to protect our culture and our country need to come together, okay? We need to work a plan. I'm not saying that we have all the answers, but what we want to tell them is that we're going to fight them. We're going to no longer become minorities in our towns and cities, allow our freedom of speech to be taken. Today, this is a battle of David versus Goliath. Every one of them view every one of you as David, as little and insignificant. Today, we took a step towards Goliath. On the 27th of July, and between then and now, everyone who was up there and some need to get talking and working on a plan. Have you had a good day today? If you watched this at home and you were worried about coming because of the lies and smears of the media and the politicians, next time you know it's okay. Come and join your country's men and women. Okay? You're all coming today, you've all spent your hard-earned money, you've travelled. Will you all come again on the 27th of July? Will you bring your friends with you on the 27th of July? We are just laying the foundations. On the 27th of July, we hope many people can give you a vision, a belief that there is a future. You see, we need them. At the minute, for the last however many years, we feared them. They should fear us. We are the people. As I said, ignore the election in 4 weeks' time. It's pointless. Keir Starmer's getting in. We've got 4 to 5 years. And we need to get organised. We need to build a community. We need to build a brotherhood and sisterhood. And we're going to finish this now on another song from the lovely Kelly. If they haven't noticed yet, we will not back down!
Turned around, and we'll keep this world from dragging us down. Stand our ground, and we won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way. And we won't back down. Well, we know what's right. We've got just one life. In a world that keeps on pushing us around, we will stand our ground. And we won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, we will stand our ground, and we won't back down. Hey, baby, there won't back down. We will stand our ground, and we won't back down. God bless you, Britain.
What a day! What a day! Yeah. I want to thank everyone here. I want to say a special thank you. This event today was put on because generous people have supported a campaign for us to fund it. I hope if you've watched this, if you couldn't make it, you sat at home, but you contributed to the costs of this, you've enjoyed yourself, and you've known that none of it would have happened without you. Every one of you has supported our work, so thank you. Personally, from every one of us, from me, from the team, thank you. I forgot to mention one person which has popped in my head. I don't think he's here anymore. Paul Thorpe. Make sure. Paul, are you here? Do you know what? I didn't forget to mention him. Whoever wrote the list.
Say, look at this, look at this. Just have a look at the people next to you right now. This is your family. This is our family. And we will not be defeated. We will never ever surrender. And next time in July, please make sure that you bring not one, not two, but as many of your friends as possible, because as Tommy said, look at the peace, look at the love. There's no reason to be scared. Come and join us, and let's be loud, let's be proud. More than anything, thank you everyone for your kindness, and thank you for following me. I love you all. Thank you very much.
Do you know, there was a lot of students who volunteered their time today. Kaz, Ginger Tony, thank you for sorting it all out. But again, this event wouldn't have happened without one more gentleman who worked tirelessly to put this together. Richard Inman, where are you, Richard?
I was feeling so ignored and so left out, I was behaving like a bitch. Although, this event has been the best event we've ever put on. I had to put my ego in the corner for a little while, because there's loads of speakers that are better than me now. I want to say something. Now stop sulking, I want to say something. That house to your right, people talk about the great replacement. I want the great replacement. I want to replace the scum traitors in that house with Danny Connor, Tommy Robinson, Ryan Toosey, and anyone else who step up to them and get rid of them. They are corrupt, they are evil, they have destroyed our country, and they have to go. I believe, and I'm looking at stats, 79% of Brits of whatever background believe there's too much immigration. Do you agree? That makes up 30 million voters that agree with us. They don't agree with the Labour Party. They don't agree with the Conservatives, and they don't agree with Nigel Farage and his Reform Party with his one in, one out immigration policy. They want the doors closed. And that's what's going to happen. Today has been a superb day. Look at all these people from all different backgrounds, all different colours. We're all united by one thing, and I got this from Paul Thorpe. What's in our hearts? Every single one of our hearts is red, white and blue. And give it up for Tommy Robinson. Thank you very much.
we just ask one more thing. We're going to be live in about an hour. Cole Benjamin, Mayor Tusi, Lawrence Fox. We're going to be talking about today, banging heads on what we do next, talking about the 27th of July. You have all acted impeccably, behaved impeccably today. Okay? Well done. Well done. Do you know what? Do you know what? Well done to the Metropolitan Police Force for staying out of the way as well. That's all we are, stay out of the way, lads, right? If you'd have stayed out of the way on St George's Day, there would have been no trouble. If you'd have stayed out of the way on Armitage Day, there would have been no trouble. Right? You stayed out of the way today, there's been no trouble. Thank you, everybody. Okay, it's been a great day. We're going to get some lamb chops in the corner. Someone's dropped their car keys over here. It looks like a Fiat. We're going to leave them here. So if you check your pockets and you realise you've lost a car key, we've got it here, right? It's a Fiat car key. Everyone, thank you for coming. It's been an absolute pleasure. Kelly, darling, let's have a round of applause for Kelly. Charlie Sampson DJing over here. He's going to put some music on now. We've got a D-Rig, we've got loads of stuff to sort out. Thank you all again. 27th of July, right? Make your plans.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end this live show in a moment. Damn. You okay? Okay. Hey, Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna try and get out of here. Sorry. Touch your hair. Oh yeah. Touching me. Don't seem so lonely. It all was always. When I heard, alright, curtain runs off my shoulder. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for still being here. If you're still here, I'm sorry I haven't been able to reply to many chats. Trailer. Okay, as you can see, the event is over now. Everybody's going home. I'm getting out of here because I got things to do. Jupiter, let's do a live stream. We can discuss everything that happened here today. We're still in England, baby. We're still in England. Also, I want to see myself on stage. I wonder how I looked. I'm not sure. Well, thank you guys, and I'll bid you a adore and a wonderful Saturday and a weekend. Take care, guys.